Aloha mai kako. Good morning. This is the March 10th, 2021 Land Use Commission meeting. It's being held, of course, using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing platform. And we're doing this in order to comply with state and county official operational directives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to view the meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. For all meeting participants, I would like to stress to everyone the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking for our court reporter, it is helpful if you state your name and identify yourself for the record. Also, please be aware for all meeting participants, you are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record for this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit this meeting now. This Zoom conferencing technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings via our personal digital devices. So also please note, due to matters entirely out of our own control, occasional disruptions to connectivity may occur for one or more members of the meeting at any given time. If such disruptions occur, please let us know and be patient as we try to restore the audiovisual signals to effectively conduct the business during the pandemic. And instructions I will repeat later in the call. If you happen to be calling in to this meeting and wish to testify during the public testimony portion of this meeting, and you're calling in by phone, you can use the key sequence *9 to virtually raise your hand and *9 to lower it again, and *6 to request to be unmuted. My name is Jonathan Likeke Scheuer, and I currently have the honor of serving as the Land Use Commission Chair. Along with me, Commissioners Axon, Chang, Okuda, Wong, our LUC Executive Officer, Daniel Oredenker, our Chief Planner, Scott Derrickson, our Chief Clerk, Riley Hakoda, our Deputy Attorney General, Bill Weinhoff, our Program Specialist, Natasha Quinones, and our Court Reporter, Jean McManus, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Cabral is on Hawaii Island, Commissioner Ohigashi is on Maui, and Commissioner Dan Giovanni is on Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. For those attendees who are coming into this meeting for the first time, and this is perhaps your first LUC meeting, before I go to our first order of business, I'll also just share a very brief bit about the LUC. We are currently 8 members, but up to 9-member commission. We are all volunteers. We are appointed by the governor of the state of Hawaii and then confirmed by the state Senate, which means that if you don't like what we do, you often have a chance to testify against us. If we're up for reconfirmation, you have a chance to volunteer and ask to be appointed into the seat as well. We do this just as volunteers in our attempts to try and help Hawaii be a better place. With that, our first order of business is the adoption of the February 24th, 2021 minutes. Mr. Hakoda or Mr. Jackson, has there been any written testimony submitted on adoption of the minutes?
Chair, this is Riley. There's been no submitted testimony for the minutes, and I apologize. Got it out. Try not to let it happen too often.
No, it's fine. It's a lot of work. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify on the adoption of the minutes from our February 24th meeting? If so, use the raise your hand function in the Zoom attendee meeting or *9 if you're calling in by phone. But again, this is solely on adoption of the minutes. There will be a portion for public testimony on the main docket later. Seeing none. Is there a motion? Is there any comments or questions or a motion to adopt?
Chair, this is Commissioner Wong.
Commissioner.
I move for the adoption.
Okay. Commissioner Cabral?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, I ask all my commissioners to vote in favor by saying aye and raising your hand. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, the minutes are adopted. Our next agenda item is our tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Ordenker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get started on the meeting schedule, I would like to note that and thank Ariana for returning to help us. Staff has been overwhelmed, and we are borrowing Ariana with the permission of the Hawaii Tourism Authority for several weeks to try and catch up on our workload and to resolve, in particular, the backlog that we have on notice with regard to the IAL, the City and County of Honolulu IAL submittal. And we really appreciate her assistance. And she agreed to do it despite having worked here before. So there's something to be said for that.
Thank you, Dan.
With regard to the schedule, tomorrow we will be here once again. Oh, let me start out by saying it is assumed that all these meetings will be by Zoom unless otherwise noticed. We will be here tomorrow again to discuss this matter, the HoKua Place A11791 matter, assuming we're not completed today. On March 24th, we will be having the Barry Trust closing arguments and a continuation, once again, of this matter, A11791. On March 25th, we will also have set aside for discussions on the HoKua Place matter, A11791. On April 14th, we will be having a hearing to adopt the Barry Trust matter. And we will also begin deliberations on DR 21-71, which is Maui filing by Jim Geiger, Attorney Jim Geiger, for a declaratory ruling. And we will also have, assuming we have time, the Cooler Ridge status report. If we do not complete those matters on the 14th, they will be heard on the 15th as well. On April 28th, we will having a hearing on the Kamalani motion to extend time. And if we complete that in time, we will begin proceedings on the Oahu, City and County of Oahu, Honolulu IAL submittal. The 29th is also set aside for the IAL submittal. On May 12th, we have tentatively scheduled the HoKua matter. It's a special permit on Maui, and also the important agricultural lands matter if time permits. That same schedule is set for the 13th of May. On May 26th, we will begin hearings on the West Oahu Solar Special Permit. That's a Oahu matter. And also if there are any remaining issues to be taken up with the important agricultural land submittal. That same agenda will be scheduled for the 27th of May. On June 9th, we will take up the Cooler Ridge matter, Maui order to show cause. And on Maui, that is an order to show cause. On the 10th, we will have a continuation of that hearing as well as the HoKua Place matter if necessary. On the 23rd of June, we also have set aside for HoKua Place if necessary. And that brings us through July, Mr. Chair. And once again, we would caution the commissioners that we have a lot of things happening and to keep their schedules open for the.
Thank you, Mr. Ordenker. Commissioners, are there any questions for Mr. Ordenker on our schedule? Seeing none. Our next agenda item is an action regarding docket number A11791, HG Kauai Joint Venture LLC, HoKua Place, Kauai. Their petition to amend the land use district boundary of certain lands situated at Kapa'a, Island of Kauai, State of Hawaii, consisting of 97 acres from the agricultural and rural district to the urban district. Tax map key number 443, lot 3, a portion thereof. Will the parties please identify yourselves for the record, beginning with the petitioner?
William Ewan and Jana Ahu on behalf of the petitioner. With us is our client representative, Jake Bracken.
Okay. County of Kauai.
Hey, good morning, Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe on behalf of the County of Kauai. Also present is the County Representative Jody Huguchi Segusa.
Office of Planning.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee on behalf of the Office of Planning. With me is Rodney Funakoshi from the Office of Planning.
Intervener.
Good morning.
Interveners Council.
Okay, sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners Bianca Isaki and Lance Collins for interveners, and Liku Okolani Martin is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go further, let me update the record. On January 6, 2021, the Commission met via Zoom virtual conference technology to consider the intervener's motion to continue the contested case hearing dates, the intervener's motion for leave to file a response to the applicant's motion for a protective order, and the applicant's motion for a protective order. Also on the same date, the Commission received the intervener's memorandum in opposition to the applicant's motion for protective order. On January 22nd, 2021, the Commission received petitioner HG Kauai Joint Ventures witness and exhibit lists. On January 25th, the Commission received the County of Kauai's witness and exhibit lists, the OP's witness and exhibit lists, and the intervener's witness and exhibit lists. On February 5th, 2021, the Commission received the Community Coalition of Kauai's public testimony. On February 9th, 2021, till recently, the Commission has received, and I believe at last count, I will give you the exact number. As of earlier this morning, 158 public written testimonies that I believe have been posted to the LUC website. One moment. On February 10th, 2021, the Commission received the petitioner's electronic copy of exhibits 10 through 33, the County of Kauai's written testimony in support of the petitioner, an amended witness list and amended exhibit lists, as well as exhibits A through E. The Office of Planning's testimony for partial approval of the petition with conditions, OP exhibits 1, 2A, 2B, 3 through 10, and OP's amended exhibits list. Interveners exhibit and witness list exhibits I-1 through I-110. On February 16th, the Commission received hard copies of the petitioner's exhibits. On February 17th, the Commission received intervener's rebuttal exhibit list and exhibits I-111 through I-123. On February 18th, the Commission received petitioner's exhibit list, rebuttal exhibits 34 through 37. And the 24th of February, we received duplicate copies of petitioner exhibits 32 and 33. On March 1st, the Commission mailed the March 10th and 11th, 2021 LUC meeting agenda to the parties to the statewide and Kauai mail and email lists. On March 3rd, the Commission received the Office of Planning's second amended list of exhibits, our first amended list of witnesses, exhibits 11 through 16, and a certificate of service. And finally, on March 8th, the Commission received the intervener's request for judicial notice of exhibit I-124, which are the Kapa'a Wailua development plan maps. Now let me describe our procedures for today for this docket. First, with the assistance of the Chief Clerk, because I'm not finding the correct link on our website, I will recognize all the written public testimony that has been resubmitted in this matter, identifying the person or organization who has submitted the testimony. Next, I will call for individuals who have pre-registered to provide testimony for this docket. And this is going to be the same procedure for anybody, whether you're pre-registered or not, to provide testimony. So pay attention. You're going to be brought in from being an attendee in the Zoom meeting to being a panelist. When that happens, you have to enable your audio and video. I will then swear you in, and I will give you You have to state your name and your address for the record, and then you have 2 minutes to testify. Or you can stand on your written testimony if you wish to do so. Following your oral testimony, please, sorry, Commissioner Chang?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't intend to disrupt your instructions. I did want to make a disclosure at the
Okay,
appropriate time.
I will do it. Thank you. I will call for disclosures. So when you're brought in, you're going to have to enable your audio and video. You're then going to be sworn in, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes, but you're not done then. You're then subject to questioning from all of the parties and the commissioners. So the petitioner, the County of Kauai, the Office of Planning, the intervener, as well as the commissioners themselves. After that, you'll be moved back to being an attendee, and I'll call for the next witnesses. We'll go through people who pre-registered first, then we'll call for anybody who's not pre-registered who wishes to testify. And again, if you are calling in by phone, as there are 2 members, you can use *9 to raise your hand, or *9 to lower it, and then *6 to ask to be unmuted. When we're done with all the written testimony, the people who've pre-registered, as well as people who wish to testify who have not pre-registered, we will close the public testimony portion of the proceedings. We will then give an opportunity for the parties to submit exhibits into the record. And following the admission of exhibits into the record, the petitioner will first present their case. Following by the petitioner's presentation, it will be the County of Kauai, the Office of Planning, and then intervener Liko Martin. The last thing I'll note is that from time to time, approximately every 50 minutes, I will call for a 10-minute break so that we can rest our zoomed out eyes, stretch our bodies, and be fresh and available for doing our best on this hearing. Are there any questions on our procedures today, beginning with Mr. Ewan?
No questions?
County?
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
OP
No questions, thank you.
and intervener.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. I will now recognize the written public testimony submitted on this matter, identifying the person or organization submitting the testimony. Give me 1 moment to pull that up. And it is slow to respond, so please be patient with me. There we go. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Ordenker, are we beginning with the public testimony submitted on what date?
Mr. Chair, I would recommend starting with the oldest testimony.
February 5th.
So, excuse me, Ryan?
February 15th.
February 15th would be the 5th.
Okay,
Oh, well, actually, we have public testimony going back to January 3rd.
But, yeah, no, but we caught up.
But the question,
just
sorry,
someone
everyone. The question is that we called on some of those, which on our January.
Take that here, testimony in the.
Chair, this is Gary Okuda. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, confirming it's February 5th where we begin.
Okay, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I suggest that if there are any disclosures, it be done now?
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. That's what I'm going to do. Commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Chang, are there any disclosures to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. In reviewing actually the intervener's witness statements, there's a reference to a lawsuit involving, and I worked on a project back in 2017 involving the Kapaia Cane Hall Road. It was a draft environmental assessment. I have no idea if there's a connection to this case or not, or this project or not, but I did want to disclose that. I am no longer involved in that project. This was a draft EIS on behalf of the County of Kauai. I do not believe that my previous work will affect my ability to be fair and impartial on this matter. However, I did want to disclose that.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang, for that disclosure. I'm going to ask all the parties whether they object to Commissioner Chang's continued participation, beginning with the petitioner.
No objection.
Mr. Donahoe,
No objection by the county.
Mr. Yee,
No objection.
Ms. Isaki.
No objection.
Okay. Commissioners, are there other disclosures to make? I will note for the record, I have previously disclosed a previous working relationship and a potential future business relationship with counsel for the intervener, and the parties have not objected to that. Let's now go on to public testimony if there's no other disclosures. We're going to begin. A community book transmittal letter was sent. A book of public testimony from Joe, I will slaughter the last name, Nice-Godsky, which was transmitting various comments from the community. Testimony was submitted forgive me for being slow. Jonathan McRoberts. And this is a retransmittal, excuse me. It's a retransmittal, I believe, from the previous testifier of testimony in opposition to the EA. So it's previously been considered by this. And so there's a bundle of previous testimony on it. I'm going to move on to Laura Michelle. Written public testimony on February 26th from L. Osterer. On the 27th from Mira Walker. On the 28th from Lori Corto, Gabriella Taylor, and Karen Wood. On March 1st from Judy Emmett. On March 2nd from Robert Zalowski, Amanda Niles, Marissa Ornelas, Barbara Penn, Diane Corner, Joseph Kahn, Becca Chopra, Denise Woods, Diane Ware, Abigail Jones, Regina L. Floyd, John and Lucy Wittek, Tina Taniguchi, Lisa Hennessy, Miley Resurrection, Brett Woods, Greg Yost, Rexanne Dubiel Shanahan, Kahaka Patolo, and Philip Kitamura. On the 3rd of March, we also received testimony from Philip Kitamura, Valerie Weiss, Susan Staten, Janice Palma Glenny, Barbara Barry, Patricia Blair, Dan Freund, Elile Starbright, Javed Maksud, Meredith Buck, Chef Danny Ballo, and Roger Harris. On the 4th, we received testimony from Lurline B. Betancourt, Lori Potter, Lisa Parker, Patrick Owens, Claire Ortega, Marge Dente, and Angeline Zhu. On the 5th, we received testimony from Laura Gray, Buffy St. Marie, Carol Beardmore, Jane Sazak, Judah Freed, April Lee, and Troy Johnston. On the 6th, we received testimony from Bev Fagan, Abby Holmes, Anita Kelahay, Kay Kent, Sherry Kinklow, Marjorie Freeman, Jan Pappas, Fern Merle Jones, Carl J. Berg, David Dinner, Sarah Ronda, Stephanie Blakemore, Hollis Dana, Gabriella Taylor, Leah Oliver, Jenica Springer, Lucinda Robertson, Joan Levy, Lucas Ross, Fred Dente, Larry Hellaher, Ray Catania, and Beth Kauai. On the 7th, we received testimony from Melelani Yanes, Olivia Ling, Audrey Lee, Leslie Larson, Woody Simmons, Lucas Ansule, Sherry Pollock, Johnny Dominique, Barbara Essman, Lorraine Newman, Deborah Cecil, Laurel Breyer Brower, Maria Walker, and Noreen Dougherty. On the 8th, we received testimony from Charles Cecil, Eden Pert, Noreen Dougherty, Dennis O'Shea, Norma Jean Hall, Jessica Kuzimer, Nanea Lowe, Katrina Raphael, Chloe Cornforth, Kavenna Ventura, Stephen Johnson, Andrea Cotter, Andrea Slevin, Bill Parker, Laura Ramirez, Patricia Fallbeck, Chambry Keale, Alicia Sanchez, Dorothy and Richard Perry, Judy Patty, Crystal Zaguan, Michael Goodwin, Jennifer H. Higginbotham, Allison Lewis, Bonnie P. Bator, Tira Ann Kauai, Karen Cole, Hope Kalai, Tara Ishiki, T. Gomes, Strylan Teles Kelekoma, Nihi Joe Asquith, Faith Blaylock, Maggie Quinlan, Doug Shannon, Jessica Drent, Jane Campos, Kanani Ornelas, and Susan Weiner. On the 9th, yesterday, we received testimony as of 1:30 p.m. from Lori Avia, Sharon Goodwin, Val Freitas, Tiana Laranio, Lori Lani Keohokalole, Megan Wong, Letitia Elzaurdia, Fern Anuinui Holland, Pua Rossi Fukino, Koa Young, Barbara Widener, Judy Dalton, Katrina Blakely, Kelly Alexander, Anne Frederick, Les Drent, Keali'i Kanahele, Noelani Hochuli, Marion and Robert McHenry, Miko Kinky, Elizabeth Riley, Sarah Irene Fields, Christina Ayu, Kylie Wilson, Melody Pigao, Gordon Peterson, Kent Zarba, and Kira Chase. And as of this morning, testimony from Laurel Corton. Apologies to anyone listening if I have mispronounced your name in that extensive list of testimony that people have submitted. Mr. Orodenko or Mr. Derrickson, do we have the list of people pre-registered to provide testimony?
Chair, we aren't doing the pre-register for testimony any longer. So it's just raise hand and you let them in.
Thank you for the clarification. Note the correction to the procedures that I mentioned before. With that said, we're going to begin with public testimony then. I see Les Drent has raised their hand in the meeting. So start to raise your hand, either using the *9 function, or if you're calling in, or by the Zoom function, and you will be called in order. I'm going to admit Mr. Drent or Ms. Drent to testimony to be a panelist. When you come in, please enable your audio and visual. And you get to demonstrate for everybody how this will be done.
Hi, good
Hey.
afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Aloha, good morning. We can. I'm going to swear you in first. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you would state your name and address for the record and then share your testimony. And again, given the potential volume, we're asking people to keep it to 2 minutes and then be available for questions.
Yep, my name is Les Drent. We have several farms on the island of Kauai. I've been farming here for 30 years. I own a company called LBD Coffee. We own Blair State Coffee Farm, Coffee Times. We also grow tobacco for Kauai Cigar Company, which is another brand we own. And we also are involved with corn growing and corn production for our Kauai Distilling Company.
Please slow down.
Yep.
Thank you.
Should I repeat that? I just know that I have 2 minutes,
Yes.
so I'm kind of limited here. My
It
name
says-
is
yeah. You're
my
fine.
name is Les. Okay. Anyway, I'm a 30-year farmer here on the island of Kauai. I've been involved in agriculture for 3 decades. So I've got several value-added brands. I look at this HoKua place. I've followed it for years. I was persuaded to try to be supportive of this project. I'm all supportive of housing for people on this island, but I look at this project and I just say, I don't know how this island is going to sustain the amount of traffic that's going to go with this. As a farmer on this island for 30 years, I look at this and I look at all the restrictions and the regulations that have been placed on our business. This island right now, we have a county council hearing going on to allow ag retail after the state law was passed in 2012, and every other island has allowed its farmers to sell their agricultural products from their land. I've had a distillery permit that was denied by the Liquor Commission here. When that land use is allowed on agricultural land, I'm unfortunately postage stamped into a lot of agricultural lands on this island because that's the way I've been able to grow my businesses on small parcels of land. We also have leased land from the ADC. We lease quite a bit of land from Grove Farm, but I know what it's like to have small farms that are situated in a community where there are a lot of people that are not farming. And I look at this project and I just say, wow, another 100 acres of ag gone. I'm looking at 760 units, multifamily housing units. I look at that and I say, okay,
If I
what,
can ask you to
1,300,
summarize, please.
1,300, 1,400 cars. That is nearly 5 miles of bumper to bumper cars in addition to the problems we have down there right now with movement on that highway. So look, with all that said, I've submitted my written testimony. You can research my credentials. I've been around this business and I've lived in this island for a long time, raised kids here, and I'm just opposed to this project. And I think it just needs to be in an area where people are able to get to work and function without having to strain the infrastructure anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drent. Questions for the witness, starting with the petitioner.
No questions?
County,
No questions from the county chair.
Office of Planning,
No questions.
intervener.
One quick question. Mr. Drent, you said you grow agriculture on small parcels of land. Can you tell us the smallest parcel that you farm?
Yes, we have 4 parcels that are on Kauai Road, which is located about 2 miles up from the project at Kauai Middle School. We have a 3-acre coffee farm that we've had since 2001. We have a chocolate farm that's 2 acres on Kauai Road. And we unfortunately had to sell another 2-acre parcel where we had an agricultural processing center planned. It took us nearly 4 years of permitting. We purchased the land, purchased the building, and ultimately that project was denied by the County Liquor Commission by a vote of 4-3. So I have 2 to 3 acre farms up here. I have larger parcels, 16 acres in Lihui. We grow on the west side, we grow in Kaua. So, you know, it's just our movement around the island is just for my guys to be moving trucks in agriculture. It's gotten horrendous over the last 20 years. I mean, it's so yeah, we have small farms located within agriculturally zoned lands, but surrounded by mostly non-farming neighbors.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, starting with Commissioner Okuda.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Drent, for taking time to testify. Based on your experience and expertise as a farmer, may I ask you this question? The petitioner has submitted some documentation or evidence arguing that salt spray and other factors make farming on the subject parcel either impractical or not feasible. Do you have any comment about the feasibility or the whether it's practical or not to actually farm on this parcel, or is it basically just land that in your expertise could not be used for agriculture? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I did look at the soil report last night. I looked at the soil analysis. There's obviously a diversity of soil on that land. Look, there are a lot of crops that you can grow on that land. There's really nothing from salt spray that's going to inhibit. Tobacco grows everywhere, even though tobacco is not something that's looked upon favorably, even if it's a premium cigar, which is what we make. But that land can easily be used for agriculture. Any land out here can be used for agriculture. Sometimes it's better to amend the soil and start with nothing but medium and add to it what you need. But I think really what this is speaking to is the greater problem of like agricultural land just being converted to urban use. And I'm all for urban and use and more housing, but I think I just don't know where these jobs are going to come from. I think you're just looking at 1,400 cars that are going to be getting on the road, because I don't see any industry in Kauai, certainly not agriculture, that's going to support that kind of community. So from my standpoint, yeah, the land can be used for agriculture. Whether it can be is a whole nother issue. I feel bad for the developers, whoever bought the land, but I think inherently what happens here is the old companies wind up harvesting the land rather than crops for development. And I don't want to point fingers at the large landowners here, but I think we've all seen what happened down in Kikowa. I have nothing against that. I just hosted the F&B people up here, but I think what happens is a lot of this agricultural land is ultimately just harvested for development purposes. And I understand there has to be transitions, but yes, and of course it can all be used for agriculture and something can be grown there. Whether you can do it to fit into the economic scale that exists here with cost of living and the cost of labor and everything else. I mean, I spent the afternoon at Beck's Hybrid yesterday. They're closing down. I don't know if you've heard the news, but that's 800 acres of agricultural land on the west side. And I had to spend the entire afternoon yesterday watching their employees go through human resources, and they've been wonderful partners to us, with our corn production. And so, yeah, whether you can use this land for agriculture, yes, you can grow crops on that land, but can you do it for profit? Whether it's supremely value-added products like we grow, I don't think that anything is going to work economically. And I've been saying that for years. I think it's unsustainable to be a farmer here any longer, simply because of the cost of land and cost of labor. So what do you do with this land? I just look at what the potential could be for the negatives if this land is used for more urban development in that area. So that's really kind of what I'm commenting on more, and whether or not you can grow crops there, which you can, in my mind.
You're on mute, Commissioner Okuda.
Sorry, thank you. One fast question to complete the record. Mr. Drent, do you have an educational background in agriculture? And if so, if you can give us a short summary of your educational qualifications in agriculture. And that's my last question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Drent?
Sure. I mean, to keep the humor to this, my wife is a first-generation immigrant to this country. She's worked her way up. She teaches mathematics at Kauai Community College, and she likes to joke with me all the time with her high degrees and her friends that have PhDs that here's a guy who studied his first language in college. So with a 4-year degree, no, I do not have any formal background in agriculture, but I've been involved with agriculture and growing, and I'm pretty much a self-taught. I hang out with the agricultural community, and I've learned a lot over the years and have been able to build up my value-added ag products through just hard work and learning on my own, from Cuba to Nicaragua to the Midwest and here in Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any further questions for this first witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time, Mr. Drent. I'm going to move you back into being a attendee, and I will admit Our next witness, Fern Anuinui Holland, followed by Bridget Hammerquist. I know Ms. Hammerquist is hosting a number of people without otherwise having computer Zoom access. So there will be a few people coming under Ms. Hammerquist. This was an email sent to Land Use Commission staff. First admitting Fern Anuinui Holland. If you will enable your audio and video, please. Great.
Aloha, Commissioners.
Aloha. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So you know the drill. Name and address for the record, and then you have 2 minutes.
Thank you again, and panelists. My name is Fern Anuinui Holland. I live right up the road from the site in Kauai. I was born and raised in this HoKua. And I would like to just, basically I'll stand on my written testimony in strong opposition to this development and this change in designated land use. As an environmental scientist, I have genuine concerns about the access of water, including the potential that it would take from DHHL developments and the Anahola aquifer. I'm also concerned about the sewage and the waste treatment facility, considering that it is so over capacity, and along with the previous testifier, our traffic issues. As somebody that was born and raised in this area, I really drive this every single day. This is a part of my life, and I really am deeply concerned that it would change the entire feeling of Kapa'a town, and basically our lifestyle, our country lifestyle, our way of life. And I'm in strong opposition to the location. And like the previous testifier, I do believe that this land could be used for agriculture. And I just think that it's a really important time to not be changing our land use designation without serious consideration. And I'm very concerned that this area is not only not appropriate for this, but that it'll drastically change Kapa'a town forever. I'll leave it at that, and I stand on my written testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holland, and please stand by for questions, beginning with the petitioner.
Hold on. No questions.
County of
No
Kauai.
questions.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Anuinui Holland, regarding the issues of water source issues, waste treatment, and capacity issues and traffic, do you understand that if the petition is granted to redistrict, that whatever any of those issues will be addressed, reassessed, and re-examined when it goes through the County of Kauai permitting process as well?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Office of Planning, Mr. Yee.
No questions, thank you.
Intervener, Ms. Saki.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
Oh, aloha no, Ms. Holland. You say that you have lived on this land, your family, you were born and raised here. Do you have lineal connections? And I guess my line of question is going to go to, do you practice or are you aware of any traditional customary practices that may be exercised on this project area?
I was born and raised here. I do not have lineal descendants from that land. My kumu that I work with, Kumu Kehao, she is connected to the Kapa'a and Wailua area very much so. I think this specific area along the bypass, I'm not aware of continued practice on that land because it's really been, it's inaccessible, really for much of that area is inaccessible. But the larger area, I know that my kumu has connections to that specific area, yes.
I thank you for that. Do you know if your kumu's been contacted by anyone to, regarding practices that may occur on this property?
I am not.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, further questions for Ms. Holland? Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Wong. I have like a short memory span.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I guess the question is you have an environmental science degree, is that correct?
I do.
Okay, can you explain what that is for me? Just
Yeah, I have a bachelor's of science and I have a triple major, one in marine biology, one in wildlife management, and one in environmental sciences that covers more of environmental monitoring, water sampling, air sampling, project management around environmental control, quality control.
thank you. I have a, so you live close to the petition area, correct?
I live right up the road, yes.
Right
And
up
I
the
was
road.
right most of my life immediately adjacent, in about a 5-minute walking distance from that site, yes.
So I was reading, I guess the EIS last night, just for a reference and just to refresh my memory on this. Do you know of any wetlands in the area?
There are wetlands in the area, yes. I believe that there was a wetland restoration project that was done by one of the adjacent landowners, Bette Midler, a while ago. There are some areas that are wetland, yes. And I don't have all of that stuff in front of me.
Okay, so the other question I have is, do you know of any endangered or indigenous species, flora or fauna in the area?
There are definitely birds, protected bird species, migratory wetland birds, birds such as the alaikeokeo, alaiula, that reside in close proximity. I've never done an ecological assessment on that specific site. Again, it's not really easily accessible. But I know surrounding the area, I'm actually working on a similar project just up the road in Wailua that is looking at many different endangered bird species. It's also in very close proximity to the coast, so I would assume that there would be the presence of coastal marine birds as well, protected marine birds.
Okay, so I guess I'm going a little bit changing the subject about the water issues. So do you know of any water sources in the area if this place becomes a housing area? I mean, like wells or something that you can tap into?
I believe that they would be looking to tap into what is considered the Anahola aquifer. And I'm not 100% sure of what what the stream name is offhand, because again, I don't have it all in front of me, but there is a stream that runs through part of that property, an unnamed stream that is named, but it's unnamed in the report. And when it comes to the water, I believe that they were talking about creating a well into, and part of the concern that I have is that there's existing access for DHHL to some of that land in Anahola for already approved project, and whether that will impact their ability to take water.
Okay, going to your last statement about DHHL land, where is that exactly close to this petition area?
It's not close to the petition area. It's more towards Anahola, but it's tapping into the same water source.
Okay, then I would assume when DHHL starts their project, hopefully soon for everyone, traffic will increase also with their project, correct?
Yes, but it won't be in the exact same spot. So it won't be on that bypass road. The road that's in question is a road that basically just goes through agricultural land outside of town. And there's nothing really around there except for a small church and some ranch land. So there's not many cars accessing that road outside of those two smaller sites. This road is a 1 lane in each direction. It's extremely dangerous, especially at certain times under high rain, like we've been dealing with right now. And it's definitely needs to be majorly upgraded. Already it needs to be kind of fixed because it's deteriorating, but definitely to have so many more cars on it, it would need completely to be redesigned. But no, the DHHL development that taps into the same water source would not actually be in the same area to affect the traffic, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wong. Any commissioners, any further questions for this witness? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Holland, for your time and your written and your oral testimony. It is 9:49. I'm going to declare a recess until, or it's now 9:50, until exactly 10 o'clock. And then we will begin with Bridget Hammerquist and the others who are testifying with her. In recess till 10 o'clock. Ms. Hammerquist, in case we need time before we get formally going. Can we do an odd? Sorry, what was that?
Doing a head count for the commissioners, Chair. I think we're missing.
Yeah, we're not ready to start yet.
Okay.
Ms. Hammerquist, are you able to enable your audio and video?
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you, and now I can see you. Okay. So we're not back in session yet, but I wanted to get ready.
Yes, I understand. And I have, Chair, I do have 5 residents that have come here to use my equipment. And then, of course, I'll be testifying tomorrow or later today, whenever it is, on behalf of Mr. Martin.
As a witness. So the 5 individuals who are with you today are the 5 people who are going to testify today.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
Hi, Bridget. It's Nancy Cabral. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you, Nancy. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Nice
Yeah,
to see
good to get your email a couple of weeks ago with you and Linda. That's fantastic. You folks know each other. And of course, you know each other. Small island.
I know.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Commissioner Giovanni Ohigashi. Giovanni is here. Yeah, hand is raised. Did you have something to say, Commissioner Giovanni? Or you're just noting you're here?
Yes, I just want to disclose regarding my relationship with Ms. Hammerquist.
So hold on one sec. We're not actually back in. We're waiting for Commissioner Ohigashi.
And Giovanni.
I like the background, Bridget.
Thank you, Nani. Am I muted?
Commissioner Cabral, I'm tempted to say you've infected Commissioner Ohigashi. We're waiting for him to start.
We have to share the dubious honor of being the late one.
Hi, folks. Just waiting for, and stay on mute till you're ready. Commissioner Ohigashi. Again, if you're an attendee and you wish to testify, right now there's one person with their hand raised. If you wish to raise your hand to testify, you can use the raise your hand function in Zoom or *9 if you're calling in by phone. I apologize, we're waiting for one commissioner.
Nancy, you may want to mute yourself, please.
I did want to do a disclosure also,
Oh,
just
okay.
very briefly with Bridget. Okay.
Mr. Ordenker, if you can try and reach Commissioner Ohigashi.
Chair, I've been unsuccessful in trying to get a hold of him. I'll keep trying.
Okay, we'll wait a minute more, and if not, this is going to be a long proceeding, and Commissioner Ohigashi. There we go. Thank you. It's 10:02 a.m. We are back on the record. We are calling on a number of people who have assembled with Bridget Hammerquist. I have 2 commissioners who wish to note disclosures in relation to Ms. Hammerquist, starting with Mr. Giovanni, followed by Ms. Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to disclose to all parties that I'm an acquaintance of Ms. Hammerquist. We're members of the same church in Kaua, and I have a lot of respect for Ms. Hammerquist. I don't think it'll have any bearing on my decision-making or activities relative to this petition.
Okay, Ms. Cabral.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to also know that I know Bridget Hammerquest, and I know her through my husband, and she were classmates in high school here in the Hilo area. And so she's been to my house, and it's been social, not business. And I am confident it will not affect my ability to make a decision.
And I also, as I think I've disclosed at a previous hearing, Ms. Hammerquist and I attended a number of mediation sessions around the Wailua River, Kauai, where we were representing different parties. But I also know Ms. Hammerquist. Generally speaking, the nature of knowing a witness is not a disclosure that I would normally ask for objections on, but I'll just ask the parties, are there any objections to the continued participation of Commissioners Giovanni, Cabral, or myself regarding
Commissioner has no-
disclosures?
County of Kauai has none.
OP has no objection.
Intervener
Mr. Chair,
has none.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
sorry.
Collins.
Could we just have a clarification? I just was wondering if it would be possible to make clear that what the commissioners are saying is that they can be fair and impartial, and that they're knowing of that. I just wanted to be clear, hopefully on the record, that that's what they're stating.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thanks.
And I will restate that. That is a good clarification. What all the commissioners are saying, and is that they believe, despite knowing Ms. Hammerquist as who will be a witness later, they can be fair and impartial on the record. So, and I have heard no objections from any of the parties. Ms. Hammerquist.
Take me off mute.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so if I understand, you are not giving testimony right now, but 5 others are?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, would the first individual please come in front of the camera and
Yes.
we'll go through.
And it'll be Mr. Joseph Kamai. Joe Kamai.
Hello, everyone.
Aloha. I'm going to swear you in first. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
So help me God.
Mahalo. If you'd state your name and address for the record and then proceed.
Joseph Edward Kekalike Kamai, 5240 Aliamano Estates. And I came here to speak about the lands because my tutu was the king of the area, Kamuali'i. Okay? I know that I am a culture gatherer and a practitioner. And when they started saying that there was nobody actually hunting the grounds, that is false. Okay? My nephews and all still go through there and eradicate. But the reason why you don't hear them is because they don't use guns. They use their dogs and their knives. Okay? And when I'm speaking about practitioner, I go up there to get medicine. Okay? When my friends are in need, I go through all the mountains hunting and helping to find stuff that they need for their cures. I'm not one of those guys that'll stand around and let people suffer. I know one of the persons on the board is a good friend of mine, Chris Donahue. We went to church together. Aloha, Chris. But the whole thing is, when they're falsifying evidence, they don't see, they don't hear, and they don't understand what it means to people like us. Okay. The hard part is, yes, you guys are going to put a lot of traffic where it shouldn't be. 2, there also is that they're talking about their bypass road goes across lands that have endangered species. Okay, they have the Koloa ducks in there. They also have the nenes, Waialua, and how I know is I was one of the people that got chased off the land. Okay. Also, I have one real strong question. Now, their sewage will be running through all the same lines that it was from before. Now, when it reaches to Cocoa Palms, if you guys recall a couple years back, the line blew and it contaminated all the hotel grounds around there. Now, what's gonna stop that from happening again, adding more feces and everything into that system? They also were doing illegal
2 minutes.
dumping. Huh?
Mr. Kauai, if you could summarize, please.
Yes, I was just getting ready to.
Thank you.
When they didn't have space, they were actually dumping it in the fish pond behind the Cocoa Palm Hotel. I know it's illegal, but what do you do about it? How are you guys gonna correct all of this? The runoffs, the sewage, everything. You know, you're gonna have to put bigger lines in, because the ones you have right now don't work. There'll be way too much on it. And obviously nobody ever thought about that, because I'm looking at the confused faces. Thank you.
Mahalo. I'm going to ask if there's any questions for you, Mr. Kauai. I'm sure there will be. Starting with the petitioner.
No questions.
County.
Aloha, Mr. Kamai. No questions by the county.
Office of Planning, Mr. Yee.
Mr. Kauai, can I ask you, I want to ask you two separate issues, one about your son's experiences and the other is about yours. If I heard you correctly, your sons, I think you said were hunting, is that right?
Excuse me, not my sons.
Ah.
My nephews.
Ah, I stand corrected.
They're the ones that are actually keeping down the pig population in the area.
Okay. That was my question.
They
So
have
they were hunting
gathering
pigs.
rights. They have gathering rights, and that's what they're using.
Okay. And then your experiences gathering medicinal plants.
Yes.
Are you familiar with, I'm sure you're very familiar with the region. Are you familiar with where the boundaries of the petition area are?
Yes, I do. In fact, my grandson was at the middle school at the time.
Okay.
When I started hearing about it.
Then my question is, do you gather on the petition area or in the general area?
Actually, when I have to go, I go wherever I know the medicine is at.
And I'm not asking you to locate, to identify a specific area. Are those areas that you go to gather medicinal plants, do you know if they're on the petition area itself?
Yes.
Okay.
They're upstream.
But within the petition area, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. That was my question. I just needed clarification. That's it. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Intervener, Ms. Isaki.
Yes, aloha, Mr. Kamai. I just had one quick question. For the, do you have trouble accessing, or do your nephews, you're able to access the parcel then? That might seem redundant, but I just want to make sure that's what you're saying. You're able to get onto the land?
Yes, we can walk in.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Isaki. Commissioner, starting with Commissioner Okuda, followed by Commissioner Chang. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kamai. The commissioners have some questions for you as well, if that's starting with Commissioner Okuda, followed by Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kamai, for taking time to testify. May I ask you this question?
Yes.
Did the petitioner, their consultants, their lawyers, or anyone who you believe was working for them ever consulted with you about gathering rights or anything with respect to the area that's subject to the petition? In other words, were you consulted to give your input on any matter?
My auntie called me and she said they needed my input. Okay. I've been like I said, I've been doing this for years. I've been here for over 40 years. And my job was to actually speak to the people and find out what they needed and the help they needed.
Yeah.
And this was my kupuna.
Yeah, well, Mr. Kauai, and I'm not saying my view of the law is the correct view. Okay, I'm not saying that. But in my view, there are certain obligations of people who are going through this process. And when I say people, I don't mean you or members of the community, but the applicant, to do a certain level of consultation or asking questions or input from the community at different stages in the process. So I'm trying to find out whether or not the applicant has complied with my view, and this is just my own personal view of what some of these requirements are. So it's a rather narrow question. My narrow question is, did any of the applicants, like their lawyers, their planning consultants, their architects, or their engineers, ever come to talk to you and ask you to tell them about the land or what you do with the land or anything significant regarding the land?
Straight up and honest, no.
And just so that the record is clear, Mr. Kauai, I don't mean to ask too personal a question, but how many years have you lived in this Kapa'a area? Total years.
I've been staying here in this area over 6 years.
Okay, and you have family that lives in this area?
Yes, I do.
And how many years back can you say your family, and when I say family, you know, however you define it, go back in this area? How many years?
Close to 100 years.
Okay, Mr. Kauai, thank you very much for your time and for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Oi, aloha, Mr. Kauai. Thank you so much. My name is Don Chang, and I'm one of the commissioners. I greatly appreciate the fact that you are here today and that you are actually sharing your family's connection to this land. So I want to explore that a little further, kind of following up with what Commissioner Okuda is asking.
Yes.
But you said your family, they still hunt on this land.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you also said you gather on this land. You gather medicinal plants for your la'au lapa'au. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you also talked about impacts, sewage, you know, the runoffs. Do you gather along the shoreline, like fishing, salt gathering, or any kind of activities like that?
I was born and raised to work both sides of the land, Mauka and Makai. Yes, I do fish, and yes, I did hunt until I got sick.
Okay. And we know that families would gather, as you say, Mauka to Makai, that they had, so even if the project area is one area, if you go through, you know, if it impacts the ocean or the nearshore waters that may not be part of the project area, that still may affect your ability to continue to exercise your traditional practices. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kauai, are you aware of any trails that go through this property?
From between the ones that me and my boys make, that's pretty much a lot of the trails that we see.
Were those trails there before you guys made them, or you guys made the trails?
Well, they were there. Some of them were still there, but we did our little cutoffs. And, you know, when you're going after your animals to protect them, you have to make sure you get there quick.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Because a lot of times we look for old traditional trails, that those trails were used by generations ago, families to go gather from Mauka to Makai. So whenever we find trails on the property, those are really important as they give us an idea of how families may have used that property.
Yes, there are trails that went through there. And in fact, if you really go and look through the land, you'll see most of them will be marked with Tili.
Okay, okay. And Mr. Kauai, are you aware of any kalo that may have grown on this land?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whereabouts on this land?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it was along the streams.
Along the streams. Okay. And Mr. Kauai, your family, the Kauai family, I suspect longtime families from this Kapa'a area. And so are you, other people in the community, they know that your family is from this area?
Yes, they do. I come from Kamuali'i.
Okay. So coming from Kamuali'i, you are, let me ask it this way. As Commissioner Kuda asked if anybody consulted with you, did anybody contact you about asking you the same questions that we're asking you now?
No, not at all.
Nobody contacted, okay. But what I hear you telling me, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I hear you telling me is that this area has been used by your family for fishing, for hunting, for gathering, for access to the Makai area, fishing, but that this is an area that your family has traditionally used for many years. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, I am.
And are you, how do you believe this project will affect your ability to continue to do those kinds of family practices?
Okay, when they start clearing the land, I know there are quite a few plants that they might end up taking out, not realizing that they are herbs.
Okay.
Okay, the other one, the runoff, the chemicals they use, cleaning their cars, spraying around their grounds, it shouldn't even be done because you're killing the land. And then you're aiding to have people get cancer.
Okay.
And trust me, I know most of those places that do make these subdivisions and all that, they're playing with Roundup.
Okay, okay. That's helpful. Mr. Kauai, do you know of any ohana who may have iwi kupuna or families buried on this land?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you aware of any iwi kupuna that have been discovered on this land?
For where they're talking about making the bypass road, my great grandmother was buried there.
She was buried there.
Yes.
And is this bypass road within the project area? Do you know?
It's lower, but yes, it's part of the project area because this is where they want to build their bypass road.
Okay. Do you know if families, long time ago, Kamuali'i times, that there were many families, Hawaiian families that lived on this land?
Yes, there was. Because if you go up the trails and you find the lauhala trees, that's an indication that the village was close by.
Okay, okay. And I have heard that I have heard that from many other Hawaiians, that where you can find like lauhala trees, many times underneath the lauhala trees, iwi kupuna are buried there.
Yes.
Okay. And is that what your family practiced, or the people who lived in this area? Is that your understanding of how they practice their family burial?
It is.
Okay. Do you know of any families that have kuleana lands in this area?
Our family for one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
And plus, you got to remember too, the lands that you guys are trying to take away are actually crown land.
Okay. Mr. Kauai, you have been so very helpful. I really appreciate you coming today and sharing with us your family's connection to this land. I don't have any other questions for you, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, ahui ho.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, are there any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, mahalo nui, Mr. Kauai, and then we'll take the next person who is with you there at Bridges House.
You guys have a good day. Bless you all.
Mahalo. Aloha.
Aloha.
Oh, aloha.
How are you, Jonathan?
Very well. I will disclose the next witness is my friend's auntie, among other things, and a well-known Kauai leader. I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
do.
if you would state your name and address for the record and then proceed, please.
Hi. My name is Puanani Rogers. I live in the Aupua of Kealia, the Moku of Puna, and Moku Puni of Kauai, Mano Kalani Po. My address is 4702 Ma'ilihuna Road, which is in the Kapa'a Aupua, where I was born and raised and still live there with my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. I have, I'm 81 years old, in fact, and so this is how long I've lived in Kapa'a, born and raised, and still here. And of course, I've seen the many changes that has happened here on Kauai, which is totally not the way that I wish it was. Because in my time growing up, it was very, very different in Kapa'a. Little traffic. Lots of us, our kids kind of were ruling the town. We took over the town. We were always at the beach or always out playing with each other. And it was a very close, small town kind of atmosphere. We knew everybody, everybody knew us. And there was no want for food. There was no want for having to rush around because of traffic. There was a very happy childhood, I must say. And I lived in the rural part of Kapa'a, not down in the town. And so I wanted to talk about the good old days, take you back a couple of 100 years to Kapa'a, Aupua. Which, by the way, this project is taking a huge part of this Aupua. I wonder why our county or our state even thinks about selling hundreds and hundreds of acres of land. Why does it have to be so much? Give them a little bit, but try to keep as many of our open spaces as possible. That's more Ahupua'a resource management. And that is what I'm going to base my testimony on: the protection, the preservation, the restoration of our Ahupua'a. I wondered if any of you had a chance to take a site visit of this Ahupua'a. Okay, I'll take a question later or an answer later. I tried to get on the site many times and was not able to. However, we did our own site visit and drove around and saw the expanse of this beautiful island, green, lush pastures, perfect for ag. And it really, really hurt me because I couldn't understand why there was so much that they had to take. Why do we have to? We should make a law about a limit of how many acres people are allowed to buy or to take. And then I'm also against selling any of our lands. We should only lease lands. The lands are not to be sold ever. If we can do some legislation on that, LUC, mahalo. Put a moratorium on all sales of Hawaiian lands. Hawaiian lands, state lands, national lands. All state lands belong to Kanaka Maoli. In this Ahupua'a, I did go and make some research and I found out that yes, there are LCAs there. And I believe in those years back then that it was a fully populated area. There were lo'is, there were trails. What happened was the plantation came and destroyed it and put cane fields on that area. That's how come we lose a lot of our house sites. A lot of our heiaus on Kauai were destroyed by plantation. They diverted our water and they changed the whole balance of our island when they did that. So we've been, of course, trying to make corrections of all the wrongs that have been done to our aina, to our ahupua'a, our resources. The ahupua'a to us is a symbol of sustainability. And it's not just people.
Auntie Nani, can
Yes.
I ask you to start to?
All righty.
Mahalo.
Okay, closing down. Okay, mahalo for this opportunity. I hope what I have presented to you is something that you can understand and not think with your brain, but think with your pu'uvai and your na'au. When you hear voices like mine asking you, no, do not change the zoning. Keep it agricultural. Or I heard another option, a rural zoning for this area. Mahalo, Kikowa, bless all of you. I hope you make pono decisions for us. Be safe, be well. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo. If you'd be available for some questions, starting potentially with the petitioner. Mr. Ewan.
No questions for the petitioner.
Kauai County, Mr. Donahoe.
Just briefly, good morning, Ms. Rogers. Thank you for your testimony. Just to clarify, is it your position that there should not be any further development of any kind on Kauai or just at the project area?
No, I'm not against any development on the area. It depends on what kind of development you're talking about. That's why. I don't mean condos with flushing toilets to destroy our aina with pollution.
Okay, so no new house.
That kind of development, yeah. And it's got to be something that our people are going to benefit from. There have been so many times when development happens, but there's no benefit to the community. In fact, it causes harm to the community.
Okay, so
That's not what the benefits are.
Sorry. Okay. So if a development would offer more housing for people who need housing on the island, is that to you a benefit to the island or absolutely not?
It would be nice if there were farm people that needed a home there, but I would make sure that their waste disposal is economically friendly to the aina. Not being flushed out to the ocean, but somehow some environmental proper waste disposal.
Okay.
Toilets.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mahalo,
Mr. Yee.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Isaki.
No questions for us either. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, are there questions for our witness? Beginning with Commissioner Don Chang.
Wait, aloha no, Auntie. How are you?
Aloha, Don. Remember me?
Oh, of course I remember you. Of course I. Thank you
We
for
met.
being here today. Yes, our paths have crossed when Auntie was. She's been very active with Native Hawaiian barriers. And mahalo for your good work.
And the Ahupua'a work. Yeah.
Mahalo. So I know, and I thank you for being here this morning. I do want to ask you a lot of the same kind of questions I asked Mr. Kamai. So you've lived in Kapa'a, you said, long time.
81 years.
81 years, mahalo. And Auntie, did your family gather in this project area?
Ole.
Okay.
We lived out of town up by the, up a hill by the high school.
Okay.
High school. Now, my dad necessarily was not a fisherman. He was a merchant. He owned a store.
Okay. But do you know of other families? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I have relatives probably that did. But in my time, by that time, it was cane fields up there. Yeah, cane fields in the area. We were kept out of these places. There were always gates. We have problems with access to Malka and Makai right now as I speak. And is one kind of legislation we would like to work on as well.
All right.
Public access.
All right. So you also mentioned land commission awards. Are you aware of land commission awards on this property?
I was told there were 3. And also that there was a burial there on Ivi Kupuna. But that was just a report that I saw. You know, it was also a map where things were designated. Okay. There might have been a heiau there too, because in my research, I was read that Kapa'a had 15 to 20 heiau in that Aupua.
All right.
But especially Wailua.
Okay, but your did any of your ohana that you know of live in this area, was buried in this area?
Aole.
Okay.
My Kanaka line, my Hawaiian line goes back to Maui.
Okay.
There's where our burials of my kupuna are, except for my grandma and grandpa and my parents. They're buried here.
Okay. Thank you so much, Auntie. You have been so helpful. I really appreciate you coming forward and all of your good work for this community. So mahalo. I don't have
Mahalo to you too, John. Mahalo for all your hard work. It has been my pleasure. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Ahui ho.
Ahui ho.
Are there further questions for Ms. Rogers, commissioners? If not, mahalo nui, Auntie Nani. Lovely to see you.
Jonathan.
Okay. Our next witness with Ms. Hammerquist. I believe is Rhoda Libre? No? Kalamai, you can go in whatever order. That's fine. I'm following what was put into the chat.
Okay.
You ready? Sure. Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
So help me God.
Okay. If you'd state your name and address for the record and then proceed. Mahalo.
My name is Sophronia Noelani Jocelyn, and I live at 4549 Panihi Road. And this is in the area of the proposed development. I'm in abut to the canal that is on the other side of the highway of this development area. That's all wetlands.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. I sent in my written testimony and I stand by that. But I would just like to let you know that I am opposed to the development as it stands of the 97 acres of agricultural land that is going to be rezoned or designated as urban zone for HoKua Place. I am a cultural gatherer, practitioner, and I've also collected water samples for Surfrider Blue Water Task Force in the Wailua River mouth area for many years. I think that this HoKua Place project would be in the current existing design, it would not be beneficial to any of the people on Kauai. It would destroy a lot of the native plants that grow in that area. It'll also be detrimental to the ocean coastlines, all the way from Kapaa, all the way to Wailua. Most importantly, that I'd like to emphasize on in my written testimony is that our sewage, there's no sewage plan for all of these buildings there. You know, 500, no, it's 683 condos and 86 houses. Where is all the kukai gonna go? Are they planning on shooting it across the bypass over the bridge to Wailua? I think that is not really feasible. We need to, you know, at least look at developing a wastewater treatment in the Kapaa area and not take all of this kukai to another district and, you know, have an overloaded county sewage system, which I can only say it smells really bad when you go to Hale'ilio Road. And as Brother Joseph said, several years ago, there was sewage spills into the Wailua River. This is really important because my children used to paddle up there. Every day after school, they would go up into the Wailua River and paddle with Pu'uvai Canoe Club. You know, there are so many cultural practices that are still existing today. Fishing along our coastline, gathering limu, gathering opihi, you know, I mean, that is my background. I also come from Maui. My tutu taught me how to look for areas that was clean and where we could gather. And I have lived in Kapaa, in this area, different parts of it, but in this area for over 35 years. My children grew up there. My genealogy goes back to Kamuali'i, Manokalanipo, Kukona. So I have deep roots here, although I've only lived on the island for 35 years. I think it's really important that we take a look at this wastewater system, that this wastewater plan or lack of plan that they have for this area, because it's not, you know, it's not a good idea to be sending all this wastewater to the existing water treatment facility.
Ms. Jocelyn, if I can ask you to summarize, please.
Okay. You know, I just want you to think about the health of our children, our kupunas who use that area. You know, I mean, many of them have had lots of eye, ear, nose, mouth, gastrointestinal infections from frequenting these areas along the coastline. And I hope that you will all, you know, think about it and make the best decision for the people of Kauai and the people of this area. And I thank you very much for listening to me and hearing me out. Thank you.
Mahalo nui for your testimony, Ms. Jocelyn, if you'll be available for questions, if there are.
Absolutely.
Mr. Ewan.
No questions by petitioner.
Mr. Donahoe.
No questions from the county. Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn.
Mr. Yee.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Isaki.
Yes, I have one quick question. Ms. Jocelyn, you mentioned that your kids would paddle Wailua River, and earlier a testifier talked about a sewage spill at Cocoa Palms. Do you recall that sewage spill, and do you know if there was any impacts on your kids' ability to paddle or anything in that area?
The Board of Health shut down the river. I mean, it was all over the news. It made headlines. You know, there's constant sewage spills every time there's a flood. I'm not 100%, probably Mr. Donahue can answer the question, but you know, every time there's a lot of rain, that area on Kuhio Highway and Hale'ilio smells really bad. So I'm going to assume that sewage is not being lifted to the wastewater treatment plant across the bridge. These are all secondary cultural impacts, but it does affect the whole area from Wailua all the way to Kapa'a, Olahena, and all of the wetlands that I live in back towards the development area. I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
Yes, yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, are there questions for this witness? Commissioner Chang.
Aloha, Ms. Jocelyn. Thank you so much for your testimony this morning and for coming before us. I wanted to ask you specifically about, you made us that you're a cultural gatherer. So could you tell me specifically, what do you gather from this project area or around the area?
Around it, like Brother Joseph said, you know, I'm a cultural gatherer. I go up there, I harvest mushrooms, herbs. You know, I do a lot of trail site walking, and someone asked earlier about if there's any trails. My backyard is No Mountain, and north of No is Olahena. And there's a lot of trails back there that I like to go and frequent and check it out. And when you're walking back there, it's part of my meditation and prayers. I try to follow the path of least resistance, which is, you know, like you'll find some old trails and you'll also find pig trails, and you can pretty much tell the difference. And there's a lot of area there that you can, you know, you can visualize how the people lived. And, you know, I mean, for me, it's really important because it's part of my culture. And it's part of me connecting to the ohana that I never really knew. I mean, I was born and raised in Hana, Maui, and I never realized the strong connection that I have to Kauai until I started doing genealogy work. And that's when my kupuna's names came up, and that would be Kamuali'i, Manokalanipo, and Kukona. So, you know, I mean, it's very important for me to scout the land. And I do that a lot with a lot of our we call it our kupuna patrol. And we go around and we take a look and see what, you know, what is happening to the land, the changes, and what we can do to make it, you know, heal.
No, thank you for that. Do you, and you also said you're an ocean person. You gather along the nearshore waters, as because you mentioned limu, but what do you gather? Okay.
Well, years back, I was raised by my tutu lady in Hana, and we gathered everything from the ocean, everything from kala, hauki, pipikis, opihi, limu kohu, limu pe'el, limu, oh, you name it. I mean, and she taught me how to look in the different areas and how to tell if there was areas that was contaminated by the different type of opala limus that would grow there. And that these were the ones that you had to weed out. And certain limus grow in certain areas where there was bacteria contamination. And certain limus grew, I mean, I'm talking about the opala kind, in chemical contamination. So if you've seen that there was chemical or petroleum contamination in the area, should say, don't pick from there. So, you know, I mean, we gathered everything. In fact, in the late 90s, early 2000, because we were having problems with our opihi, you know, being on the verge of extinct, I went to Europe and I found areas that there was similar opihi, not the same, with similar algae. And I started importing it here to Hawaii because I wanted to protect and preserve the opihis that we have. So I don't know, you might be able to go look it up and see in the Star Bulletin what's his name? He did an article, like there was many articles done on it. You can go Google my name.
I appreciate your good work, and you're very lucky that your tutu passed on a lot of this to you. Do you pass on this to your children as well?
I only have 2 mo'opunas, and I do pass on as much as I can to them. And yeah.
Okay, tell me, do you know if, I know Auntie Puanani said that the land was in plantation, I guess sugarcane. But prior to that, do you know, because you come back from the Kamuali'i line, do you know if families lived on this land where the project is being proposed?
From the hikes that I do on the north ridge of No Mountain, it's obvious that there has been house sites in that area. In the area that has been destroyed already by plantation, you know, that part, you can only find remnants along the stream beds where you'll see like little pockets of kalo that grows along the stream. You know, I mean, it's so contaminated right now. There's I think like 4,300 cesspools in that Wailua Mauka area that, you know, that eventually we all know that it all drains down into our streams and drains. So, you know.
No, go ahead. Thank you very much. Are you aware of any iwi kupuna that might be in the area?
In the area of that, they're talking about doing the bypass, which would be outside of the area that they're considering, but is directly related. Yes, there is. I mean, the Kamuali'i line is all within that grove on the bypass that they have been considering to use and develop so that it could service the area that we're discussing.
Thank you. So Ms. Johnson, were you ever contacted by anybody from the petitioner, any consultant regarding a cultural impact assessment or any information about your connection to the land? Were you contacted by anyone?
No, not at all. I mean, the only person that contacted me was Auntie Puanani Rogers, and she brought me over to Bridget. And you know, I mean, I'm concerned because I have mo'opunas born and raised here on the island, and I want to make sure that we protect, you know, the quality of life. We don't want to see it degraded. We don't want to see traffic. We don't want to see, you know, no water. I mean, right now they're saying that there was no water for Hawaiians on Hawaiian homeland. We live in the wettest island spot in the whole planet. How can there not be water for Hawaiian homes? You know, I mean, they have to go and drill their own well. I mean, that kind of, you know, I mean, I realize that, you know, okay, we can create a development to bring in people from outside because we know our people cannot afford it, not based on their wages in the tourism industry. So we need to kind of, you know, put our feet down and let the people know that, hey, you know, I mean, we need to correct and heal the people and heal the land and restore the people back to the land. These are all crown lands, LCA lands.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Johnson. That's been, I guess for purposes of our kuleana as commissioners, I look at people who are exercising traditional customary practices. Hopefully DHHL, they're going to come forward and they're going to protect their kuleana. But I want to make sure that I get the facts so that that's all part of this record. So what I heard you say is, I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but what I heard you say is that you gather mushrooms, you gather herbs, but you do gather from this property. You also talked about trails, that there are trails on this property and outside the property. And even on those trail systems, you have noticed evidence of what would be like a house lot because you've seen kalo by the streams. And then you also talked about gathering in the nearshore waters, the limu and opihi and different kinds of ocean. So tell me, in your words, how will this project affect your ability to continue to exercise these practices that we just talked about? How is this project going to affect your ability to continue to do that?
It's a pretty dense project on 97 acres. And you know that with that amount of people concentrated into that area, there's going to be a lot of runoff water that's going to be going Makai, that's going to have chemicals in there. And like I stated previously, I mean, you know, this whole area along the Mo'ikeha Canal, Waiakea Canal, Kapa'a coastal areas is susceptible to receiving, because it's a canal, it drains everything from this area that you're we're discussing. And you add more people concentrated to that area, that's going to be more chemicals, and it's going to kill off. I mean, you used to, when I first moved here, I used to be able to go pick kupe'e shells and make kupe'e leis. I mean, all along that coastline. And, you know, you could pick the kupe'e that would come up out of the sand. Now, the hula halaus can't even go there and pick kupe'e. There's no kupe'e along the coastline. So, you know, it's affecting our traditional practices by having all these, you know, how do I say it? It's a very poor design, My background is in design, and I only have an associate's degree, but you know, there's a thing called Feng Shui where you work with energy, and the energy is totally wrong back there, because
I appreciate that. No, thank you. I guess for me, I want to know what it sounds like is, well, because how it affects you and your ability to continue to gather. So do you believe it will affect your ability to continue to gather these resources like mushroom?
Yep, it will, I mean, it'll impact the ability to go Makai. The limu is going to be lepo, the opihis, the kupe'e. I mean, mauka, you know, once they start going after all of the Hawaiian herbs, the la'au lapa'au, which people consider weeds, they're going to go over there with their Roundup and they're going to be spraying it, because they don't want, you know, our herbs growing in their yards. So I believe it's going to be a great impact to our culture, because there's not going to be, you know, the things that we need.
All right. Thank you so much. You have been extremely helpful, and I greatly appreciate your testimony today. So you take care. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, are there further questions for this witness? If you'll indulge me, we're overdue for a break, but I do have two hopefully brief questions with brief responses for the witness, Ms. Jocelyn. First is, and I'm going to ask your forbearance because I'm going to ask what many would consider to be an obvious question, but I want to be sure the record is clear. You referenced the sewage spill in Wailua, in the area of the Wailua River and cocoa palms. Is there a particular that is related to the integrated sewage system for the Kapa'a Wailua area? Is there a particular cultural significance or value to that area?
Yeah, because all of our children in that area paddles outrigger canoe in the river where the spill occurred. I mean, our children surf out there. You know, they fish, they gather from that area. And if we cannot design an area that is going to take care of a treatment sewer system that is going to take care of its own sewage waste, and we're going to have to shoot it all the way across to Wailua, I mean, it's going to create a secondary problem in the Wailua area, and it's going to harm our practices in that area also. So we just
Jocelyn, to follow up on that, if I may, are you aware whether the cultural impact analysis done for this project considered those off-site impacts?
I did not. I was not aware.
Okay. And then the last thing is, you spoke about using this property, walking on trails for a process of both being in observation and as well as spiritual contemplation and prayer. Do you have a particular way that you refer to that practice? Like a Hawaiian term, or do you?
Huaka'i.
Okay, and
I go there for a purpose.
Okay.
And whatever that purpose is, it's personal. And when you're there, you observe. Tutu always taught, nana kamaka, ha'akoaha. And so you don't talk, you only observe. You look at the environment, you see what is going on, and you come to your conclusion on whether it's good or it's bad. And access have been an issue, but because I believe this is all Crown lands and it belongs to all of us, it is something I feel that needs to be revisited. We need to go back and take a look at the LCAs and see if the Crown land and the actual owners have been asked to testify.
Thank you. If I may, I just want to, for the record, and again, if you feel this question is too obvious, I apologize, but would that practice of huaka'i, as you described it, be adversely impacted by this development?
Absolutely. It's going to change. I mean, there's no, there's going to be, like I said earlier, a concentrated population in an area, and people are going to want to start going all over the place. And, people that move here, they're not consciously aware of the herbs that we use here. To them, that is opala, rubbish, weeds, but for us, this is what we use. This is what Tutu grew up and said, hey, take this kauna oa, dry it, boil it, use it when you have a sore throat. There's so many herbs up there. And
Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, is there anything further for this witness? If not, we've gone in a full hour rather than 50 minutes, and I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break till 11:10.
Okay.
Is that okay? Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Jocelyn. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're in recess for 10 minutes till 11:10. Ms. Ahu?
Going off mute.
Bill, you just stepped out for a second, but he'll be back shortly.
Okay. So just for the record for everyone, when I say 11:10, I mean 11:10. And I really try to, this is a long and complex docket. All of our hearings are complex. I really do try to keep to our schedule.
Okay, we're ready. Thank you.
Okay. It's 11:12. We are back on the record. We are continuing with public testimony. However, before we start back in with public testimony, I want to do a few housekeeping measures. One is I want to ask the commissioners their availability to what time this afternoon, and if there's any lunchtime conflicts that any of the commissioners have. Commissioner Wong?
Yeah, Chair, I have to go to another meeting and I have to leave by 3 o'clock today.
Okay. Commissioners, any others conflicts before 3 o'clock? Are there any lunchtime conflicts? Okay, so we'll try and go for another 50 minutes to an hour, and then go to a lunchtime 12 to 1, and then we'll do a couple more hours before we are having to adjourn for today's hearing. I want to, one of the witnesses Ms. Punani Rogers actually asked a question of us, which is, so normally public witnesses do not ask a question of the commissioners, rather it goes the reverse. But the question was, have we conducted a site visit on it, on this place? And just to be clear on the record, while it might be possible that in a previous incarnation of this project, a previous LUC visited this property, this Land Use Commission has not visited this property. The travel restrictions associated with the pandemic, while normally we do conduct a site visit in relationship to large district boundary amendments, we have not done so on this property. So I want to make that clarification for the record. With that, I believe, is this the, Aloha, are you the last at Bridges Place?
One more.
Okay, two more. So, okay, let's start in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so if you would state your name and address for the record, and then try to keep your testimony to 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll try. My name is Rhoda Libre, and my address is 5550 Menehune Road, Waimea, Kauai.
Mahalo, Ms. Libre, please continue.
I've worked on Waialua River. I'm from the west side, the Konomoku, and I represent the Kauai Westside Watershed Council. I work with them, as well as the National Tropical Botanical Garden on Aopua and watershed issues on the Konomoku. I've served on the Marine and Coastal Zone Management for the state of Hawaii. I've also worked with President Obama Ocean and Marine Coastal Zone Plan. And I'll keep it short and sweet. I concur with all of my colleagues. And this plan, I've looked at it and it looks very inappropriate for that area. We have gone to that area, and it is a significant Aopua. I have seen the evidence of remnants of heiau, huge heiau. And the way the Aopua looks is highly significant, where any impacts of further influx to that area, especially urbanization, will definitely impact my my gathering rights. I gather in the shorelines of Kaua and in Wailua. Like I said, I've worked on the river for Smiths and the riverboat for many years, since I was 16 years old. And I've continued to work there. As far as I've looked at the Aopua, the system, and the impingement is highly inappropriate. I see many violations there. So like I said, I concur with my colleagues.
Mahalo, Ms. Libre. Are there questions for this witness? Mr. Ewan.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the witness, where exactly is the heiau that you refer to?
Right, let's see, right in the back of the middle school, going down, and what was that called? That second stream we went to right before the bypass. What was this? Moikea, no, further in of Moikea. Waiakea, there you go. Huge, huge, obviously, and I can see that the sugarcane industry really did a number on that Aopua. I go to church every Sunday since 60 years. I'm 60 years old, and my church is in Mamane Street. And right in the back of Mamane Street of my church, every Sunday we go crabbing. We get the Dungeness crab, we get opai, we get watercress from the streams, then we go mauka, Olohena, where to gather our la'o lapa'au. I am la'o lapa'au kumu on the west side of Kauai. We take care of the Hanakama Kapua Honua, and we have the exact same problems that we are confronting today. That is the reason why I'm here. We have the same problem, and I support and kaka'o.
The heiau that you referred to, which side of the bypass road is it located on?
Mauka by the stream. And there's like a little bridge over there.
Is it adjacent to the stream?
Adjacent to the stream. And as we head in from Kapa'a to Wailua, it's on the right-hand side. You cannot miss that.
Right.
When
If
we
you
go
head from Kapa'a to Wailua on the right-hand side of.
on the right-hand side, over there, it's very obvious for many years. I have over 56 years of studying Aopua from traditional. We hold a cultural protocol to the Konomoku. And yeah, evidence is pretty clear, irrefutable, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you. Ms. Libre, regarding hail, if it fell inside the development area, would you request that, if approved, that the developer work with the State Historic Preservation Division to preserve any of the ancient cultural artifacts that may be found within development sites and before they continue to develop?
That would be prudent. And I do believe that's part of the prerequisites for the state historic preservation to be working with the cultural assessors. I am on the list of cultural assessment under the state of Hawaii, state of planning, along with the Kauai Westside Watershed Council. And that assessment list is under the state of planning, under the governor's office. I served under them for like 12 years. So I know that system well as DNLR.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. I have nothing further.
Okay, aloha.
Thank you. Mr. Yee.
Thank you. I want to know, were you contacted by anyone regarding this heiau on the property? Anyone from the petitioner or petitioner's consultants?
Not this project. Not at this project. As I said, I'm from the Konomoku. But in prudence, they should, contact everyone, because I have family in Kapa'a area as well as in Wailua area.
Were you aware of this project at the time the draft EIS was being sent out? This project was continuing?
Yeah, that was a while back. And in fact, I was there, I forgot what, 1990, I think, was that Kulana? We were doing that when Peter Savio was there. And I think he was the original one, and then it metamorphosized and we got, too many. But I do believe that they need to do a more comprehensive cultural assessment, in tandem with the EIS again.
Do you know if either you or if you were aware of this project moving forward? Do you know if anyone else made an attempt to contact the petitioner or the petitioner's consultants about the location of this heiau?
I was contacted by Auntie Nani Rogers. Otherwise than that, like from the 90s when they first started this, a conundrum, I thought it was dead in the water already. So with everything going on, I'm so sorry, I lost track of that. We're working on the west side with A and B and PMRF, so we were kind of busy. But yes, I do believe that, I can't really say a middle ground because it is a significant site and it is already impinged upon our cultural gathering rights as well as our constitutional rights of Native Hawaiians, not the Native, Kanaka Maoli. I'm a Makainana. And so our thing is to make sure that our food supply is safe and that our nurseries are up to par. And Westside Watershed Council and all the Aopua, we have our Na'aha Manawahine, and I'm part of that. And we are exercising our international rights as the elder women of this Konomoku and also the Mokupuni of Waialua.
And thank you for that. The purpose of my questions is to have a better understanding of the nature of what the petitioner was aware of. Do you know if Auntie Rogers informs the petitioners of this heiau?
No, not at all.
Not at all, as in you don't know, or she did not inform them?
According to her, nobody contacted her, and for me, I don't know. But they just told me that nobody contacted her, and nobody contacted me. We have the ahamoku, and I do believe we tried to pioneer the ahamoku in the state, so it would be a tool for the state land use as well as all of the other divisions. And so far, I'm not sure with the ahamoku, but that would be the venue to go. It would be prudent.
And also we did make
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
further
Mr. Yee.
questions.
Commissioners, are there questions for Ms. Libre?
Oh.
Kauai, intervener.
Apologies. Yeah, I have a few hopefully brief questions. So, Ms. Libre, I'm one of the attorneys for Lico Martin. Do you feel it's your responsibility to figure out who the petitioner is when there's changes in ownership and to tell people where the heiau is or that there is a heiau in this area?
Surely. Yeah, they should be contacting us, yeah.
Thank you. And just, sorry, again on the heiau, you said this area is significant. Does that have anything to do with why a heiau might be in the area? Or maybe you could, maybe if you know, could you say a little more about what it means that there's a heiau in this area?
It would be identifying religious practices. It would be identifying, like I said, significant areas. I'll give you a good example. You look at your body and you look at your kidney. And that's how it is. It's a kidney, and it needs to be, it detoxes all of the water and prepares it to go through the aupua to be clean, to go to the ocean, because all water goes to the ocean. All water must go to the ocean. So that's a complete healthy aupua system. Looking at that one right there, it's impinged. It's like you got two big gallbladder stones, blocking the way, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
And one more question again on the heiau, and to be clear, are you aware of where the petition area is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did a location. Yeah, we did a location. Drive, yes.
And thank you. And I think you said this, but the heiau is in the petition area that we're talking about today?
I do believe it is where we went to, and I saw the heiau, well, the remnants of the rock. Well, actually, I saw both sides. Well, and on the left, there was like a reservoir or ponding, huge ponding, and obvious rocks still there on the ridges. But you can see someone went with, a herald and just wiped out the whole area. But you can see the remnants of the stream and all the tributaries. I'm not sure if they're perennial. I need to take a look at all the hydrological studies. But then when you go further to that on the right, where the stream comes down, there's like a little dip. There's obviously huge, oahu's. And with the moss and the lichens, oh yeah, definitely remnants. And if we did an archaeological site with that, and we can work with the state historical preservation to identify that and further give more information, which that should have been done. I think that was done in the 90s or in the late 90s or early 2000s. I'm not sure. I gotta look back in the papers, but that was a while back.
And sorry, to clarify, you think that some of this information was discussed with the State Historic Preservation Division at some point?
Yeah, well, looking at it, oh yeah, it's irrefutable. They can't miss that. They can't miss that. It should be in there.
Okay, sorry, one last question. And so you're testifying before this commission. Do you feel like your like the site and any of your practices associated with this site would be preserved by this commission just telling SHPD to deal with it and address it, or do you feel like this commission should look into it to protect your practices?
Yeah, you should. I do believe one of your duties are to protect our, cultural practices and everything thereof, in a healthy Aopo'a. And yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bianca.
Thank you.
Anything further, intervener? No. Okay, commissioners.
No, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mahalo, Ms. Libre, for being here and for your testimony. Aloha. I just want to follow up on a couple of points that you made. One, like Ms. Isaki was saying, I mean, I don't think you have to apologize if you didn't tell the developer or the petitioner where the heiau is. That's not your kuleana. But it is helpful that you have brought that to our attention, because that was not disclosed previously. So, and I'm sure the petitioner is going to confirm that the heiau, they'll send somebody out to go look. But what I understand, Ms. Libre, is it's obvious. You can see the remnants of the heiau, and somebody should have known it was there and should have included that in the documents. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What I also heard you say, I know there was a question about should SHPD be working on this? And I know you said yes, and they do have regulatory responsibilities. But I also wanted to ask you, do you believe that it is the kuleana of families or people who have a connection to that heiau to really be deciding how do we preserve and protect that heiau versus SHPD? Do you think that's the ohana's responsibility or SHPD's responsibility?
Personally, I do believe it's the ohana.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. You say you're a la'au. Do you gather on this site?
Yes, in some areas I do.
And what do you gather, if I can ask you, if you're comfortable sharing? If you're not, don't need to say, but if you do gather.
Yes, I do gather la'au in certain areas. Yes,
okay.
In 3 areas, yes.
And and you gather these resources that are within the project site. Is that what you're telling us?
Within the rim and within the shared body of water.
Okay. And how do you believe your gathering rights will be affected by this project?
Oh, obviously by the overcapacity already. Looking at the planning is overcapacity, and there's still questions of course, sewage and all of that. I don't really want to be, you heard everyone, all of my titas and my brother already said,
yeah.
And I don't want to be redundant, but I reiterate every point and enhance it a little bit more with a biological. They need to have a biological assessment as well.
No, I appreciate that, Ms. Libre. I know, for purposes of traditional customary practices, it's really personal. It is your connection to this land. So I greatly appreciate that you are deferring to Auntie Nani and others, but it's really important that I understand your connection to this land, that's part of our responsibility as commissioners, and under the Constitution, we need to make sure that we are, we have an obligation. So it's important that I understand your connection to this land. So you said that you actually do exercise la'au lapa'au on this property? Okay.
Since I was a child, from my grandmother and grandfather, from our church in Mamane Road, and our Auntie Nihia, she comes from Kapa'a, and she's buried in Kapa'a Cemetery, and along with all the other ohana over there. And I also gather from the river as well, and from the forests up there too for my la'au.
has anybody affected your access to go and gather these resources now? Are you
Yes,
able-
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have, we've lost a lot of access to a lot of our gathering areas and a lot of places we find quite religious. We do our religious practices there as well, which I cannot share with you. But more so the food and the medicine all along that area from my ohana and our friends, which, you know, is ohana as well. From the oceans to the rivers and some of the underlying rim from that particular property.
So Ms.
Kalamai, one moment. Ms. Asaki, I think you're not muted, so I'm hearing you typing.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Libre, has the petitioner denied you access to the property to gather?
If they put that blockade, which I assume they have, then yes, they have.
And what is the blockade?
And the blockade blocks the entryway where we can park our cars and then, you know, traverse through. So now we have to park our cars outside the blockade. But for me, when there's a blockade, they're saying it's private property and I have a right to follow my stream and go back into my ancestral lands and gather still yet. You know, I have no inkling to go on private property, but I have a right to keep on gathering. You know, that is our right. And that's the only place we go is to follow the stream. Now, some places are located at rims of mountains because that's the only place our lapa'au will grow. And that's where we keep on going. We keep on going to the same place. All of a sudden, you know, it's blocked out by either berm, rocks, or blockade straight. You know, I was like, okay.
No, I really appreciate your testimony, Ms. Libre. It's been very helpful. So mahalo, mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner Chen. Aloha no.
Aloha no.
I mean, yes, aloha.
Commissioners, are there further questions for this witness? If there's none, I'd like to ask Ms. Libre, because you referenced your long association with Smith's Boat Tours, if you could, I had asked a question of the previous witness, if you could just briefly share with us on the record some of the cultural significance of the Wailua area, the Wailua River area.
I work for Smith's and Waialua Boat Tours, and we give the history of the significance of the river from Mauka to Makai. On my spare time during I'm working, I give the tours and I explain, you know, the gods and names and areas of the historic areas and very significant for our li'i. And besides that, I do the biological assessment is over there. And there has been many spills from the stealing of the water in that little waterfall by the grotto and to the spill from 4 or 5 times it happened from the grotto above the grotto. There's cows and they have like a holding pond and they diverted all that holding pond kukai into the river. So, you know, along with all of that stuff. So with all of that other stuff, it'll definitely impact all of that area. And I gather from that area too, the opai, the oopu, of course we get the moi and the ava, but my very favorite one is the mycelia and the pipiao on the hau bushes, and they keep on cutting hau bushes inappropriately. There is no protocol, no cultural protocol implemented. So I hope I answered your questions on
You
it.
did. Thank you very much, Ms. Libre. Is there anything further for this witness? If not, mahalo nui, and we'll take the last witness who is at Ms. Hammerquist's house.
Mahalo. Right on.
Aloha, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay, if you'd state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kamal Hassan. I currently reside at 2963 Pualani Place, Kaua, Hawaii.
Okay, Again, if you can try and, you can tell already the questions are extensive, so you can keep your testimony within 2 minutes. That would be helpful.
I promise my testimony is going to be very brief.
Please proceed.
My background is in engineering, mostly mechanical and civil engineering. I worked for the state of Oregon on bridges. So my testimony stems from when I stayed in Kauai on Malu Road. And if you are familiar with the site of the projected project, is by the school up there, and there's down the hill is where Malu Road. So I was staying on Malu Road, and on several occasions when it rained immeasurably, I witnessed flooding, and it was severe enough to go over the actual road and block traffic for several hours. And I could actually witness people backing out, they couldn't get to their work or whatever. So from my experience in engineering, civil engineering in particular, whenever looking at this project, it's humongous. And that translates into more concrete and more blacktop, and that translates into runoff. And the project hasn't even begun, and there is flooding on Malu Road. So from my point of view, there is going to be a lot more runoff, and therefore more and more flooding on that road. So
okay,
that's basically my testimony.
Perfect. And 4 seconds to spare, so you were indeed correct. Are there questions for this witness, beginning with Mr. Ewan?
No questions.
Mr. Donahoe.
I have no questions either, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yee.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Isaki.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Hassan, for testifying. You mentioned a background in mechanical and civil engineering and employment. Can you give first of all, your educational background?
Well, I grew up in Beirut, Lebanon. I graduated as a mechanical engineering. And then for further education, I came to the United States and I studied civil engineering. And I resided most of my stay in the United States of almost 50 years in Oregon. And most of that time I worked for the Oregon State Highway Division on the bridge crew. So I have extensive knowledge in pouring concrete and repairing bridges and roads.
And so what type of degree do you have, and from what institution did you receive it?
In Lebanon, it was the AUB, which is the American University of Beirut. And in the United States, it was Heald Engineering College and Road Community College in Oregon. And Heald Engineering College is in San Francisco.
And are you a licensed engineer or not a licensed engineer?
Yes, I am. I have a degree.
Yeah, but were you issued a license from a government entity like the state of Oregon, state of California, or state of Hawaii, like an engineering license?
Yes, I have a degree. I have a diploma in that.
Oh, okay, well, I was just asking whether you have they've issued you a license as a licensed engineer.
Yes.
Okay, and which government entities have issued a license to you to practice as an engineer?
The state of Oregon.
Okay, and when did you receive that license from the state of Oregon?
I've been retired for 7 years, and I would have to say in 1974.
Okay. In your work with the state of Oregon, what department were you employed by at the state of Oregon?
On the bridge crew.
Okay.
State of Oregon on the bridge crew. There is a highway division and there's a bridge crew division.
Okay.
Assigned to the bridge crew.
And so in your role or employment as a engineer working with the bridge crew, you have seen traffic conditions, roadways, and things like that.
Absolutely.
Last question, and if you can just briefly summarize what your duties were with the bridge crew, and to some extent, what type of experience did you receive on the bridge crew that gives you, for lack of a better word, expertise to give the type of testimony you just gave?
Well, first of all, my background in civil engineering requires building and requires pouring concrete and repair existing structures. And what my testimony was concerned with is the amount of slabs is going to be poured up on top of that hill, and blacktop or driveways and parking lots. And that, to me, as a civil engineer, translates into more runoff. The concrete is not going to absorb the water or the blacktop. So if without the creation or the start of that humongous project, I witnessed flooding. So that goes to show that, but when that project is complete, we're going to have more runoffs and more flooding.
In not necessarily in preparation for your testimony, but at any time, did you review either the draft or final environmental impact statements or parts of those statements which have been submitted in this case?
No, I have
not. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Hassan. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for taking your time.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Commissioners, are there further questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it very much. Just final checking, Ms. Hammerquist, is there anybody else at your location who is wishing to testify on this matter?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, no, not today. And I will witness for Mr. Martin or this afternoon, whenever. Yeah.
When we get to that, yes. Okay. This afternoon is looking optimistic for the intervener's case. So thank you very much. I'm going to move your location to be an attendee again. And I think hopefully we can get through at least one other person who's been patiently waiting to provide testimony. So I'm going to move you to be an attendee. I'm going to be calling in Alan Hoffman to be promoted as a panelist. When you're called in, if you can enable your audio and video. Hopefully, despite the length of our proceedings, you're still with us. There you are. Aloha.
Aloha. Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. I'm going to swear. Is it possible for you to stay in a single place for us?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually just came out of a tree at work. I'm still now.
Okay, well, thank you for coming out of a tree. Do you swear, or it would be a new record for where we've received LUC testimony from, though, I have to say. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you'd state your name for the record and address, and then share your testimony with us.
Hi, aloha. My name is Alan Kikowa Hoffman, and I'm born and raised in this Ahupua'a in Kapa'a. I lived right up the road my entire life for 29 years, just until the last few because of family stuff. But yeah, so this area is where I'm born and raised. And to me, I guess I'm just kind of shocked that this is even coming up as an option to urbanize this entire area. And always for me, kind of one of the number one things is thinking about our children, the youth coming up. And, you know, I know when I was a kid, Kapaa Middle School didn't have the best reputation. You know, we've always been kind of strapped as far as education. And that's just one part to me of the entire infrastructure that's lacking for this project. And maybe just because it's something that maybe other people haven't touched on. Notice has kind of been withdrawal, but I feel like our trust or faith in someone to go forward and do what they say is very important in life, especially with something that could have such a drastic impact. And I don't see his name involved so much, but I know that Greg Allen had been listed as the principal person for this. And I understand that he is being sued by the county for running illegal Airbnbs. And as far as rumors is that he continues to do so. Also the Kapaa solar voltaic that was built right adjacent to where this development would be built was built before the permits were actually even issued by Allen, by Greg Allen working with Kurt Bossard was another person that built the solar voltaic, and they used all of the subsidy for that area on this one project before even being permitted, which means that individual homeowners would not even be able to qualify for this. And amongst other things, these show to me that this is not someone to be trusted. And looking at the EIS, just I guess to reiterate on other points I've heard from the actual Kanaka, I don't have a lineal descent to the area or any that kind of connection, just being born and raised there. My understanding always was in talking to families is that this property did lie within an area that had burials in Heiau, as some other ones were destroyed along the coast in Kapaa. And the only thing that's mentioned in the EIS is basically that it was used as plantation crops and therefore there was no cultural impact. And to me, they could have easily gotten more of the actual testimonies that are here if they really were, I guess, sincere about representing what's already there. And my other main concern,
summarize.
okay,
Please.
I guess my other main concern is that this Ahupua on our east side is rather untainted by development, and we still have a chance to restore the Ahupua and those waterways that had been destroyed in the past by sugar and etc. So I just really hope that you consider keeping it as agriculture.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me now see if there's questions for you. Mr. Ewan, petitioner.
Petitioner has no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Donahoe, County.
Thank you, Chair. No questions from the county.
Mr. Yee, Office of Planning.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Isaki, Intervenor.
No, we don't have questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Hoffman, for taking time from your work to participate in this hearing. Let me ask you this question. One of the arguments, and I might be kind of embellishing it, but if you can bear with me, one of the arguments that seems to be made in favor of this project is, hey, this project is for people like you, that this will give you needed housing on Kauai, in Kapaa, your hometown. And so this is for you. And that's why we at the commission shouldn't stand in the way of providing housing to locals. What response do you have, if any, to that argument? Do you support it, oppose it? Do you have a comment?
You know, honestly, I don't buy it at all. And I don't think that this was ever planned for locals, our families. And if it was, I believe that they would have went about this much better and looked at the actual infrastructure and the actual impact of our local communities in years to come. I see them as just trying to make their money and not thinking about what's going to happen down the road to us. Also seeing that the investor, you know, this is the only project they have in Kauai, I believe, or I believe in Hawaii. Most of their stuff is international, overseas, China, big deals. This isn't some like Kamaina local grassroots thing. And yeah, being born and raised there, like you said, it's obviously a concern to be able to find housing. I just really strongly don't see this as being it at all. Yeah, and I really hope that when we do get there, we can, have progress to better types of development that work within honoring the HoKua and, keeping our watersheds and our water clean and preserving our plants and animals and the gathering rights and, being able to hopefully go back to a balance of what used to be and what, is now.
Okay, thank you very much for your
You're
testimony.
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman, for taking the time and making the time to testify today and to share your perspectives. Can you just have one question? Are you aware of any opportunity that was provided to you or others in the community in terms of outreach from the developer or consultants from the developer to hear your points of view about this project?
Honestly, I did not. This is one project, even maybe more so than others, that they've been trying to push through in different forms for a long time, and all the time it seems like it was like we're always playing catch up to even find out when the meetings are and whatnot. And the only thing I've actually ever heard or do know of that is them approaching Hawaiian families to try and give letters in support of the project, but not actually wanting to hear what was actually there. And I believe those people was like a denied request, but yes, I've never heard of any outreach from them. No.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioner Chang.
Aloha, Mr. Hoffman. I just wanted to confirm what I thought you said, that you have no lineal descent to the area. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
But you said you heard that there were burials there. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's just what I've heard through families that I've heard that there are burials. I know there is LCAs there that were attached to it, and burials and heiau. And I mean, it's not my place, I feel, to share that. And I know that often that's, kept pretty there and maybe not even wanted to be shared with certain parties. But that's just what I've heard. So I don't quote me on it or anything, but yeah.
Okay, all right. Mahalo. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there anything further for this witness? If you would indulge me, Mr. Hoffman, I just want to, as we navigate through the pandemic and, I think we lost him. All I was going to ask Mr. Hoffman, if he was still with us, was whether or not he would have been able to testify had we been in person rather than remote. As we're trying to navigate through the pandemic, we're trying to assess what kinds of hybrid models of our proceedings we might adopt, if allowed by law, to expand rather than restrict our ability to hear from members of the public. With that said, it is 11:56 a.m. We have 35 people who are attendees. If you are desiring to give public testimony on this matter, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to take more before lunch, but could you please use the raise your hand function on the Zoom meeting platform to indicate that you're desiring to give public testimony on this matter. I see one. Are there others? If it's a small amount, my intent is to try and see whether we can take public oral testimony and then go into lunch break and move on with our proceedings. I'm going to admit Ms. Hope Kauai. Ms. Kauai, if you could enable your audio and visual, I will swear you in. We have received your written testimony on this matter, I believe, as well. So
aloha.
Aloha, can you enable your video? Is that possible? It's not required, but useful. There, okay, now you're on mute, but we can see you. There we go. Okay.
Aloha.
Okay, now we have both.
I don't think you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yes.
I have a question.
Hold Kalamai. Ms. Kauai,
it's about the...
I need to swear you in.
Excuse me?
I need to swear you in.
I can't hear you at all.
I need to swear you in if you're here as a witness to give public testimony.
Well, I would like to testify. I would like to thank my friends for testifying.
Ms. Kauai, can you hear me?
I can't hear you at all, Jonathan.
Okay,
I'm
so I
sorry.
need to, I need to swear you in, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for testimony. You can ask us questions, but we're not bound to respond to them, but we will gladly accept your testimony.
Oh, thank you. Quickly, my question is about the existing Wailua NPDES permit for the wastewater treatment plant. And would the increase of the proposed project's 300,000 gallons of untreated sewerage require an alteration to this existing NPDES permit? I couldn't find that addressed. And actually, the exhibits, most of them are 10 years old. They're stale. And especially the water master plan addresses 50 farm lots and goat farms. And there is absolutely no way to translate that water master plan to this apartment project of 683 apartments. And Kauai doesn't need affordable apartments. It needs affordable housing. None of the 86 single family dwellings are slated to be affordable on this. So there's the prior permissions were granted for a way different project. You can't comment on a goat farm and translate it to almost 700 apartment buildings. And excuse me, Waiakea Stream had great importance. Its Wahipana is not noted in this EIS at all. It's of the well is right next to a wetland, and it can have great impact on the underground aquifer. The cultural landscape has been greatly altered from the time of pre-contact period, and the mo'olelo that have been brought down about the plants that don't exist anymore. It was really important. The wetland there was really important. And one of the mo'olelo, ku moena kalu kalu o kapa'a, the kalu kalu grass doesn't even exist there anymore. So
Ms.
we're
Kauai,
asking the cultural practitioners to
2
testify
minutes.
about
Can
a
you-
drastically altered cultural landscape that doesn't even have the plants that were there before.
Thank you. Can you summarize
you're
your
asking them
testimony,
to
please?
testify about cultural practices that are now classified in trespass behind locked gates.
Ms. Kauai, can you hear
So
me?
A lot, sorry.
Can you please summarize?
I'm just asking you not to approve this upzoning to urban right now. Rural would be way more appropriate if you're going to change the zoning of this project at all. So thank you very much.
Mahalo nui, if
Sorry,
you will.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, no problem. But I'm going to ask you to try and listen if there's any questions. Mr. Ewan?
Petitioner has no questions. Petitioner has no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Donahoe, County?
Thank you. County has no question.
Mr. Yee, Office of Planning?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Isaki, Intervenor?
I have one question. Ms. Kauai, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Just very quick. Oh, okay. You mentioned the wetland is culturally important, and you mentioned the kumoana kalu kalu grass. Is that correct?
Right.
And do you know of any? Do you know if people collect that grass or gather it?
Well, they did, but I certainly don't think there's any more. It's a wetland rush, a spreading rush, that there's no more wetland there. In the traditional cultural landscape was a back dune where the pahale of the Kuleana were located. And then there was a wetland that was brackish to fresh. And the kalu kalu grass, the mo'olelo makes people that know what it means blush. That's all I'll say. But I haven't been able to find any, and it's so drastically drained there. But the fact that Waiakea Stream is not named in this EIS, the wetland, there's a brief mapping of it with the well right next to it, but there is no consideration of the impact to this Waiakea wetland. And it just becomes Waiakea Canal.
Right. Sorry, one more question on the wetland. Are you saying that the wetland used to be larger? Or are you talking about?
There used to be, I think, quite a large brackish wetland behind the back dunes. And the Waiakea wetland that came down was fresh water adding to this whole back dune system.
I'm sorry, and where's the back dune system? If you were looking at a map and you saw Kapa'a Middle School, is it directly south or east or?
It would be directly southeast Mackay in the lowland area. The part that floods.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, intervener. Commissioners, are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Kauai, for your testimony.
Thank you for your time and considerations.
Okay, aloha. I'm going to move Ms. Kauai back to being an attendee. So for attendees in the Zoom meeting, I see there are quite a few. Are there any other individuals who wish to give testimony on this matter? If you wish to do so, you need to use the raise hand function on Zoom. Or if you're calling in by phone, press *9. I am seeing nobody raising their hand using the raise hand function. So commissioners and parties, it is 12:05 p.m. I'm going to recommend we take a 40-minute break and resume proceedings at 12.
Chair,
Yes.
excuse me. We do have a hand raised.
Oh, it came after I stopped looking. Gabriella Taylor. Okay, I need to have a sense of how many people we have who still want to testify. Is there anybody else who's attending the meeting, who's not a panelist, but watching via Zoom, who wishes to testify in this matter? Raise your hand now, please, in addition to Gabriella Taylor. My intention is to, Ms. Ragush. Okay. I'm going to allow briefly Ms. Taylor and Ms. Ragush. I'm simply going to allow you to talk. I'm not going to admit you. I'm just going to ask you if you're available to testify starting at 12:45. Ms. Taylor, are you allowed to? Are available to testify at 12:45? You might need to unmute yourself, but I've allowed you to talk. We cannot hear you. You are muted. I'm allowing the same for Ms. Ragush. Are you available to testify? You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. This is Rain Rigish. The only reason I raised my hand was to let you know I got a text from Judy Dalton, who is reporting her *9 is not working, and she had hoped to testify on behalf of Sierra Club.
Okay. I see her logged in, so she wouldn't do *9. She would just use the raise your hand function.
I will.
Can you hear me now? Gabriella Taylor, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Taylor.
Good.
Are you available at 12:45?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ms. Ragush, I assume Ms. Dalton is available as well? my desire is to take a break. We've been going for over an hour. We need to give a break to the members, to the parties, as well as to our court reporter. So hearing no concerns, it's now 12:08. I'm going to seek that we reconvene at 1 p.m. for proceedings. We'll continue with public testimony in this matter. Any concerns from the parties? Mr. Yuan?
What time are we gonna quit today?
3 p.m.
Okay.
Going to recess till 1. Is that okay, Mr. Yuan?
Okay.
County?
Fine with me, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Yee?
No objections.
Intervener?
No objections.
Commissioners? Okay, we're going to recess until 1 p.m. We will start testimony with Gabriella Taylor and Ms. Judy Dalton. Okay, 1 minute. I'm gonna bring Ms. Gabriella Taylor in as a panelist. Okay, meet Commissioner Cabral, Wong, I believe. Oh, Commissioner, no, not Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Wong, I see. Commissioner Cabral, Commissioner Ohigashi, Commissioner Okuda's, Axon, and Chang. Okay, and for a period with us, sitting in for Mr. Weinhoff, who had to have a court appearance, is Deputy AG Julie Chena, who we've been ably served by before. Okay, it's 1:01, we're on the record. I have admitted Gabriella Taylor in as a public testifier. Is it possible for you to enable your video?
I just pressed the unmute button. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
So the unmute is great and we can hear you. That's awesome. There's also a little icon that looks like a camera, like an old-fashioned video or film camera.
Okay, I'm looking. Participant share screen, question and answers. Where is this?
Possibly at the bottom left of your screen.
No.
Well,
I don't see it down here.
If that's okay. If you're comfortable, we'll proceed just with oral testimony. But I'm going to ask you to swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to us is the truth.
It is.
Thank you. So if you would state your name and address for the record, and then I'll try to keep you to 2 minutes for your oral testimony and then be available for questions.
My name is Gabriella Taylor. I'm a 49-year resident and property owner in Kauai. I'm writing this testimony with the intention to stop the zoning change for New HoKua Place from agriculture to urban. Here are the reasons. Water. HoKua Place development dug a well that did not produce water, and the county DOW has not issued a permit to HoKua Place. It's not clear whether the Department of Water can provide water for the 760 dwelling unit development. Currently, the county is not issuing building permits on lots for new houses in several areas of the east side, Waipoli Road for one, because there's a shortage of water. They're not allowing new buildings being built on that road and other places. Okay, so the Kulana development is right across the road from HoKua Place. Had to use their own water source and build a huge tank for storage because they couldn't get county water. All right, number 3, aging infrastructure. Sewage contaminated from the Wailua River and ocean when a sewage main burst under a car approaching the bridge 3 years ago. Design standards used by the County of Public Works were based on 1973 and 2008 references. The following information was emailed to me from Don Akuda of the Wastewater Management Division. The Wastewater Management Division has not provided drawings on how this project would connect to the county sewer system. The county is unaware of how much flow will be produced by HoKua Place and whether the existing sewer system has enough capacity to accommodate the flow. The current wastewater management chief, Jason Kajimoto, does not have the information to be able to determine whether HoKua Place can be serviced. The Wailua waste water plant will have to be moved inland at some point due to rising sea levels. Affordability, not really. According to Ron Gore, owners of condos at HoKua Place will have to pay a sizable maintenance fee each month, perhaps 700, between 700 and 1,100. That fee is ongoing unless you sell the condo. Also, it's important to note that all of the home prices are quoted with the caveat, quote, or market value, unquote, which means, of course, they have an excuse to increase the selling price from that listed in the general plan. Food supply on Kauai. 90% of our food is imported. That's why residents have to keep a stash of food and water at home in case of a hurricane or other climate disaster. HoKua Place land is zoned agriculture. A better use for this land would be to grow food rather than houses.
If I can ask you to summarize.
Yeah, okay. Well, the summary would be that these and other things like the traffic that is slowly coming back to Kauai, and it's crippling, it's horrible. As soon as the tourists arrive, that will happen. Okay, in summary, I think that this should not be passed because of these factors that I just mentioned, as well as other ones.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. And if you just stay with us to see if there's any questions for you. I'm going to start with the petitioner's attorney, Mr. Yuan.
Petitioner has no questions.
Okay. County of Kauai, Chris Donahoe.
The county has no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Yee, Office of Planning.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Intervener, Bianca Isaki.
No question.
Commissioners, do we have any questions for Ms. Taylor at this time? Ms. Taylor, you said you're a 49-year resident of the island?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for participating and for your patience in these matters, waiting to participate. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move you back to being an attendee. And I'm going to.
Excuse me, Chair. This is
Mr.
Scott.
Derrickson.
Yeah. I've been informed that Judy Dalton is available and she is at Rain Ragush's computer. So that would be, if you
Okay.
look on the,
I
look for
see.
the attendee.
Yes,
Okay.
I see Judy Dalton at Rain Ragush. Yes, we can see you, Ms.
Okay,
Dalton.
aloha, commissioners.
Aloha. Ms. Dalton, let me swear you in first.
Oh, yes,
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
yes, I do.
Okay, so if you'd state your name and address for the record and then proceed, please.
Judy Dalton, 4330 Kauai Beach Drive, Lihue.
Please proceed.
I'm looking over here at my laptop on the side. Aloha, commissioners. Our small rural island of Kauai, with its delicate ecosystem, is being threatened by overdevelopment and its attendant demands. HoKua Place would be one of the largest housing developments Kauai has ever seen. It would be in the wrong place and with the wrong consequences. The developers contend that at least part of HoKua Place would meet Kauai's current desperate need for affordable housing. And the numbers just do not bear that out. The cost of the housing that would be offered when the condominium association fees are included puts these homes out of reach for most Kauai families in need of housing. Plus, there is nothing preventing outside investors from flipping these units for market rate. We support genuinely affordable housing, but this project is not that. The developers, by their own admission, stated that HoKua Place would generate a total of approximately 1,900 vehicle trips per hour during morning and afternoon rush hours. This substantial increase to the already gridlocked Kapa'a Wailua corridor would subject travelers to intolerable bumper-to-bumper traffic from the North Shore and Kapa'a to the main centers of commerce. This would also, of course, impact emergency services. Sewage is proposed to go to the wastewater treatment plant at Lidgate, but that plant is failing due to age and is nearing capacity. The EPA has recommended the plant be moved Mauka due to impending sea level rise and tsunami threat. And at least 3 large resorts are already in the permitting process ahead of HoKua Place. Regarding storm water runoff, the developer has not provided a drainage plan indicating how the additional runoff from all those acres of concrete and asphalt would impact Waikaea Stream and the adjacent wetland with its endangered water birds and nearshore ocean water. HoKua Place would be an inappropriate development that our infrastructure just cannot support.
Ms. Dalton, if you can start to summarize, please.
Okay, and we respectfully ask the commission to keep this land designated as agriculture and not urban to preserve the land, its watershed, and our rural way of life. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much for your testimony, as well as for your persistence and working through the technology to be able to participate.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. I'm going to ask if there's any questions for you, starting with attorney for the petitioner, Mr. Ewan.
Petitioner has no questions.
Okay. County of Kauai, Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Ms. Dalton.
Hi.
You say that your address was 433, was it 5 Kauai Beach?
No, it's 4330 Kauai Beach Drive, Lihue.
Okay. Isn't that Kauai Beach Resort?
Yes, Kauai Beach Villas, and I've lived there for 32 years.
Oh,
okay. And would you agree that that's a large development?
We have, I think, 160 units.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fairly large.
And you're okay with living at that large development?
Yeah, it's fine.
And then isn't it true that aren't some of the individual rooms there sold off?
Yeah, some about 50 or 60%, about 60% of it is timeshare.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
I'm going to note that Mr. Weinhoff is back with us. Questions from the Office of Planning, Mr. Yee.
Just a simple one to confirm for the record what I think a prior witness said. Ms. Dalton, do you represent an organization in your testimony today?
Yes, Sierra Club.
Thank you. That's
Kauai
all.
Group Sierra Club.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Isaki for the intervener.
Yes, thank you, Judy Dalton. I have two quick questions. One is a follow-up to Mr. Yee's question. Have you or any of the Sierra Club members ever seen any of these, any wetland birds, or to your knowledge, on or near the parcel?
Yes, we have. So some of the ones that we have been seeing over there are, let me see, I've got it written down right here. The Kaua duck, Hawaiian galanul, Hawaiian stilt, Hawaiian coot, and nene.
And just to clarify, some of your members or yourself have seen these birds there?
Yes, Bob Nishek has.
Okay.
He's one of our hike leaders.
Thank you. And just another quick question. Do you feel like there's a difference between infill development in Lihue, or your development in Lihue, and building in Kapa'a?
There's no impact really with our 150 units, and because we're just right there, like 2 minutes from town. And so if you have a development that's at the far end of Kapa'a, then that starts affecting everyone from Kapa'a to the North Shore, and we're just right there next to Kapa'a. So there's a huge difference.
Okay, thank you. And do you feel like your the fact that you live in a developed area, or do you feel like people that live in developed areas don't necessarily have anything to have a basis for opposition to this particular project?
Say that last part again.
Sorry, I was formulating the question in my head.
Okay.
Do you feel, do most people on Kauai live in developed areas?
Well, you mean like HoKua place? No, there's nothing quite that big except Princeville.
I see. Okay. And do you know how many acres Princeville is, and off the top of your head, or how many units?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That's all my
Anything
question.
further? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Gary Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Dalton, for testifying. So again, your testimony is on behalf of the Sierra Club, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true or not true that there is a need for housing on Kauai?
Yes, there is a need, but not at this place. And we want affordable housing, and HoKua place is not affordable.
Okay, but my first question was just whether or not there's a need for
Yes,
housing.
there is. Yes, there is.
Okay. Now, with respect to affordable housing, do you dispute this argument that is sometimes made that where developers are required to build housing, to fall within the affordable range, and let's not whatever that definition might be, many times it's a percentage of AMI and things like that, but let's just use the word affordable generically. Have you heard of that argument that's made that to compel developers to build housing within the affordable range, the development will not pencil out? In other words, it's not going to be economically feasible unless the developer is allowed to build the high-end housing.
I'm not too sure how to answer that.
Okay, because so you don't, do you have any evidence or testimony to contradict the argument that to have affordable housing built, the developer has to be allowed to build higher end housing so that the development makes a profit?
I am not too sure of the numbers. I'm sorry.
Okay, but would you agree, just as a matter of general principle, that if a development does not make a profit, it's just not going to be built? In other words, no profit, no development, which means
Yeah,
no
that
affordable.
would stand to reason. I understand where you're coming from. That would stand to reason.
Some developers say that they need to show the bank for financing a profit margin sometimes between 10% to 12%. Otherwise, the bank's underwriting department will not agree to finance the developer. Have you heard anything like that, or have any information to contradict that kind of statement?
No.
Okay. If a development the size of what we are being asked to approve out in Kapa'a were to have to be built, okay, and I'm not saying it has to be built, but let's have that assumption here. If a development that size had to be built to address housing issues on Kauai, where would you place that development? Would you place it in Kapa'a, or would you place it somewhere else?
Definitely not in Kapa'a, not right in the middle of where we're already congested, where you sit in your car for like a half a minute and then you go forward for 1 car length and sit in your car another half of a minute. Not there. Maybe at the very far end of each of the island, as far as you can go at the far ends, but not right in the center, in the middle of where, you know, there's already congestion. I mean, immense congestion.
Okay, and my final question is just for your comment, either individually or as representative of the CR Club. I just want to get your input on this. You know, the state has sent a number of us to various conferences on the mainland to learn about housing, land use planning, and we actually pay attention and attend these classes. And some of the so-called experts say that the goal in planning should be to have your housing near places of employment or near industry so that it cuts commuter time. Now, I'm not going to say, well, you answered this question this way in this hearing, and therefore it binds you in some future hearing. But does development on Kauai, in your view, or or based on what you know, or based on your involvement with Sierra Club, does it make more sense to have this type of development in Lihue? And I'm not specifically picking the spot, but for example, across from Wilcox Hospital, does that make more sense?
In Lihue, it definitely makes sense because that's, you know, where most people work, and they're, you know, be easy for them to even to walk to work. But a place of this size, it would be difficult to place in Lihue, I believe. So.
Okay, but the development, if Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy came to see you about picking a place, maybe without regard too much to this specific size, appropriateness of place for future development, you would focus it more in or closer to Lihue and not in an outlying place. Is that a fair statement of your testimony?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dalton, for your testimony today and for making the time for this hearing. I got 2 simple questions. The first is, in your testimony, you made the comment that the condos would be unaffordable due to the maintenance fee, and then they would be flipped to market. Can you explain what you mean by flip to market and your understanding of that?
Yes, that people would turn around and sell it at market price and make a profit because they're buying it at so-called affordable housing rates. So for foreign investors or off island investors, that's a motivation for them. They would just buy it and then turn around and sell it at a profit. Right now we're on silent.
Yeah, my apologies. I forgot to turn my phone off.
Oh,
Yeah, so your contention is that someone who qualified to buy a condo that was designated as in the affordable category at a discounted price, once the maintenance fees were added, it would be expensive, and that they would be enabled to flip that to market? Is that your understanding?
well, there are people that look for bargains and then they hold it for a certain amount of time and then they flip it. But that wouldn't be true of the Kauai residents. They would be happy if they could find something that was truly affordable. But HoKua Place is really out of reach for most Kauai residents.
Okay, I'll move on. So on behalf of the yourself or the Sierra Club, are you aware either formally where it was advertised or informally where they approached you directly? Was there any outreach by the developer, his representatives, or his consultants to confer with you about your concerns about this project?
No, there was not.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioners, are there further questions for the witness? Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Dalton, I have a couple questions. The first thing is I want to start with a base. The Sierra Club, what is their base or what is their goal or their bylaws, their mission?
To preserve and protect the environment.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, did you or anyone in the Sierra Club read the EIS on this project?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, Rain Regush has read it.
Okay.
Very carefully over the years since it first started several years ago.
Thank you. So the question I have is, a previous witness talked about wetlands in the petition area. Did you read anything about wetlands in the EIS or know about wetlands in the area?
All I know is that the project would be right across the bypass road from wetlands. And so we're concerned that if the runoff would go right across the road and, affect the wetlands and the endangered seabirds there.
Okay, so the question I have is, a previous witness said on the petition area, there is a wetlands or portion of the wetlands is on the area. What would happen? I mean, if the development, would it affect or there's no problems, or what would the Sierra Club's position on this?
Well, that's why we are against this being the zoning, the boundary amendment from changing. That's our position, that we don't want it to happen.
Because there's a wetlands in the petition area also, not only adjacent, but on the petition area.
It's adjacent. The wetlands are adjacent, just across the bike pass road.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there further questions for Ms. Dalton? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Dalton, for your testimony.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. I'm going to move you back to being an attendee. Okay. Is there anybody who is attending the meeting as an attendee who wishes to testify on this matter? If so, you should use the raise your hand function. Now that varies depending on the way you are accessing this meeting. If you are calling in from a regular phone, just using the phone function of your phone, since our phones do 75 other things, but the phone function, if you're like dialing the number to call in, and that's how you're in, which at least one person is, you press *9, and that's raise your hand. if you're somehow using your phone or a laptop or a desktop computer and you're accessing this meeting via the Zoom software, towards the bottom of your screen, there should be a raise your hand function available, and you click on that to raise your hand. Is there anybody who wishes to testify? Raise your hand. Going once. Going twice. Seeing none, I'm going to move on further on our agenda. And I believe the next thing that we need to do is the list of exhibits and entering those into the record. We're going to start with the petitioner, Mr. Ewan and Ms. Ahu.
Petitioner moves to enter into evidence petitioner's exhibits 1 through 38.
Are there any objections from the parties? Kauai County?
No objection from Kauai County.
OP?
No objection.
Intervener?
No objection.
Commissioners? Hearing none. Petitioner's exhibits, Mr. Ewan, sorry, 1 through 38?
Yes.
Are entered into the record. Kauai County, Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we would move to move exhibits, county exhibits A through E into evidence.
Okay. Are there objections from the parties? Mr. Ewan, thank you. OP, A through
No
E.
objection.
Intervener,
Sorry, no objection.
commissioners. Commissioner Axon.
So Chair, just a clarification. Is this means that the public testimony portion of the hearing is done, is closed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any commissioners, any objections to the county's exhibits A through E being entered into the record? Seeing none, they're admitted into the record. Mr. Yee, Office of Planning.
Office of Planning moves exhibits 1, 2A, 2B, and 3 through 16 into the record.
Mr. Ewan.
Petitioner has no objections.
County.
And the county has no objections as well.
Intervener.
No objection, thank you.
Commissioners. Seeing none, they're entered into the record. Now, intervener, with regards to the introduction of your exhibits, we've received your proposed exhibit list, but we did not actually receive a position statement or anything that would give the parties or the commission an indication as to the relevance of each particular exhibit. So what we're going to be asking is either you make an offer of proof as to the relevance of each exhibit as you go through the case. What we're going to ask is we're going to ask you to make an offer of proof for the relevance of each exhibit as you go through your case, rather than admit them. Normally, people offer a position statement which relates the various exhibits they're going to be calling on and why they're being entered into the record, but you did not do so.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I guess we did not understand that there was also a position statement required. Instead, we had them cited by our witnesses in their witness statements. So we could produce a list for each witness for the exhibits that they referenced, or perhaps if there's another method. I guess I'm just anticipating discussing. So some of the exhibits were supporting. And I'm sorry if I can, my co-counsel might have something to add later on.
Okay, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, just that the all of the exhibits were referenced in witness statements, so we believe that all of the parties had notice of what the purpose or relevance was, and so you know, unless we're prohibited from doing so, we would like to move all of our exhibits into evidence as well.
Well, I can certainly ask whether there's any objections from any of the parties to so doing. Are there any objections from the petitioner to moving all of intervener's exhibits, which are numbered 1 through 100 and
24, 124.
exhibits 1 through 124 into the record. Are there objections? Mr. Ewan.
Petitioner objects to interveners exhibits 53, 54, 55, 56, 58, 59, and 99.
Can you repeat that list slightly more slowly? I really appreciate it, but please repeat it slowly. 53 through
56.
Okay.
58 and 59.
58, 59.
And 99.
99. Before we go down this road further, I'm going to ask the other parties whether they have objections to any of the other exhibits from the intervener. County?
I do. Would you like me to go down the list?
Yes.
Okay. Interveners 6, 10, 17.
6, 10, and 17.
Yes. 55.
Okay, which is one of the ones noted by Mr. Ewan.
Actually, the same ones as Mr. Ewan.
Okay, 6, 10, 17, and the ones noted by petitioner's attorney. Do I have you?
No other objections. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Yee.
The Office of Planning won't be objecting to the admission of exhibits without prejudice, of course, to always argue as to how relevant they may or may not be, particularly, frankly, if they're redundant to.
Please speak up, Mr. Yee.
Mr. Yee, your audio is a little broken up.
Sorry, let me.
From the beginning, please.
Does not object to the admission of the exhibits without prejudice to our ability to argue how relevant they may be, in particular as to whether they might be redundant of other exhibits or documents that are already admitted into evidence.
Understood. Okay, so parties, what I'm going to suggest we do is that I'm going to read out the accepted exhibits and offer first to see whether or not we can move all the other exhibits that were not objected to into evidence. And then what I'm going to suggest as the second procedure is that as those non-accepted or those objected to exhibits come up, we take them up one by one as with offers of proof. Procedurally, interveners, how are you with that?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so I'm going to do a final check to admit all of petitioner's exhibits 1 through 124, with the exception of exhibits 6, 10, 17, 53 through 56, 58, 59, and 99. Any objections, further objections, petitioner?
None.
County?
None.
Mr. Yee?
No objection.
Okay, so the exhibits that I listed are now entered into the record for exhibits 6, 10, 17, 53 through 56, 58, 59, and 99. They are not entered into the record yet. Petitioner or intervener may bring them up and offer proof as to them when they're needed by their witnesses. With that, it is time that we can move on to the petitioner presenting their case. If the petitioner, you want to give me a sense of your timing? I'm open to the idea if you want to give everybody a break and then start in, and we could spend, say, it's 1:36 now, we could reconvene at 1:50 and then plow through for an hour and 10 minutes uninterrupted with your case, if you wanted to do that, or we can start your case, take a break, and go till 3.
I'm fine either way. It might make sense to start and then give the court reporter a break.
Okay. Well, we would break. Oh, okay, that's fine. Why don't you proceed, Mr. Ewan?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt your stream, but I actually had a question about the
Procedure.
evidence issue.
Okay. Go ahead.
So just so that I understand, the exhibits that have not been admitted are subject to a objection as to relevance by whichever parties have said that they're objecting.
Yes.
That's my first question. Okay. And then the second question is that when the objection is to relevance, that is the objection is that they're saying that these exhibits have no tendency to make the existence of a fact that is of consequence to the determination of this contested case more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. That's what the objection is. I just want to understand what the objection is so that we can make sure that we can provide the correct offer of proof.
But you're not objecting to the procedure for which I was planning to deal with this on a exhibit by exhibit basis?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand exactly what the objection is because so that we're correctly prepared.
That's reasonable. Mr. Ewan and Mr. Donahoe, if you could just clarify the reasons why you objected to those particular exhibits.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that petitioner objects to the introduction of certain articles and studies without an offer of the author so that we can have the opportunity to examine the author as to the findings or the facts that are stated in the article or in the book. In particular, we object to Mr. Collins attempting to offer into evidence an article he wrote without the opportunity to examine Mr. Collins, which would make him a witness in this proceeding.
Okay, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My follow-up question then is, to be more specific, is the objection an objection to authenticity?
No, it's an objection. It's an objection to the contents of the article or book or study in question without the opportunity to examine the author.
Yeah, okay, that sounds like a hearsay objection, okay, but that's not my question. My question is, my first question is, are any of your objections based on authenticity? In other words, the piece of evidence is not what it purports to be.
No, it's not an objection as to authenticity.
Okay. Is your objection to any of the evidence based on relevance?
Some of it's based on relevance, yes.
Which exhibits can you state that you object to are based on relevance?
On the list.
And just so the record is clear, when I use the term relevance, I'm using it as that term is used by the Hawaii Rules of Evidence, even though the Hawaii Rules of Evidence do not specifically apply to this proceeding.
Would be 53, 55, 56, 58, and 99.
Do you object to any other pieces of evidence being offered by the interveners on the grounds of relevance besides what you just stated?
No.
And Mr. Chair, if I can ask a final question.
Please.
Are any of your objections to the evidence that you objected to, are any of the objections based on a hearsay objection or an objection that the evidence is hearsay?
All of them would be objections as to hearsay unless I have the opportunity to examine the office.
Do you agree that under the administrative rules that govern contested cases, the hearsay objection or hearsay is not a grounds for basically an automatic exclusion of evidence in a proceeding before an administrative agency such as the Land Use Commission?
I wouldn't say it's an automatic exception.
It's not an automatic bar to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
So, Mr. Ewan, for number exhibits 53 through 56, 58, 59, and 99, can you clarify what objections apply to which exhibits?
The relevance, I think, would be 53, 55, 56, 58, and 99, and hearsay as to all of them.
53, 55, 56, 58, and 99.
For relevance and hearsay for all of them.
Okay. Mr. Collins, does that clarify?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I guess the only other question, and this just applies in a general sense, is that under HRS 91-10, the exclusion of evidence is limited to relevance, repetition, or unduly repetitious or immaterial. And can we have clarification about the relevance objection in general, because that doesn't seem to comport with any of the three standards that apply to this proceeding.
Mr. Ewan?
I'm not sure on its face of the exhibit what the exhibit purports to prove and why it's necessary for the intervener to use the particular exhibit if the author of the study in question is not available for cross-examination.
So let me just stop right here. I proposed a method of going forward, which was like just taking these one by one as they come up. I'm fine to argue this out and spend the rest of our afternoon doing this too. I can go either way. I have no actual strong preference to it. I just want to make sure which way we're going.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to waste time. I think at least for the legal issue that applies to multiple exhibits, it would be more efficient to get a ruling from the commission so that we don't have to repeatedly argue this point through every exhibit. But we can do it either way. It's really whatever the commission is more comfortable with.
Okay,
we don't want to waste time, and we're hoping to do this in a way that makes it more efficient.
I just to be really clear, I was not suggesting any of the parties were attempting to slow these proceedings down. If I made that, if that was interpreted as I was suggesting that, that was not the case. So with regards to all exhibits 53, 55, 56, 58, and 99 on relevance, you would like us to see whether we can take them up as a whole to see whether they meet the legal standard under Chapter 91 for an objection as to relevance?
No, for the one that's relevance, because that is one of the three irrelevance is one of the three manners in which evidence can be excluded in a contested case. So those we can take up on a point-by-point basis. But this other one about anything that constitutes hearsay, that's something that I think we would like to have
which I believe would be then exhibit 54 and 59, Mr. Ewan?
58 and 99.
Exhibit 58 and, oh, so you object, you had both an relevance and a hearsay objection to 58.
Correct. 50, 53, 55, 56, 58, and 99 on hearsay.
Would you repeat that, please? Sorry, if you're on Oahu where I am, my phone's going off with an emergency flooding alert. So I did miss. List that for your hearsay ones, Mr. Ewan.
53, I'm sorry, hearsay, all of them. All of the ones that are on my list. Relevance is the select.
I'm going to recognize Commissioner Ohigashi.
This is with regard, are any of these exhibits, Mr. Collins, do you intend to refer to in cross-examination of any of the witnesses that Mr. Ewan has proposed?
I think it in part depends on what they say.
Well, usually if they're not entered into exhibits, you would have to lay a foundation, wouldn't you, for any particular piece of evidence before they're used in cross-examination?
Well, the only exclusion of evidence in a contested case is relevance, materiality, or not being unduly repetitious. So the foundation that's required under the Hawaii Rules of Evidence don't apply in a contested case. So no, actually, I don't even believe there needs to be a sponsoring witness for the admission of exhibits into evidence in a contested case.
So what are we going to do? Are we going to allow witnesses to be cross-examined by documents that they have no reference to at all? Because they're allowed to do so. I'm just curious where we're going with that.
All right, is this who's that a question for, Mr. Ohigashi?
Mr. Collins.
Following this, I'll recognize Mr. Yee.
Yes, Commissioner Ohigashi, I don't believe that at this point we have any intention of cross-examining any witnesses regarding documents that they're not aware of, and I don't think that that would elicit relevant testimony for the most part, unless they are saying that they're an expert in something and they recognize some document as a well-known thing in their field, and then they don't know anything about that document. But other than that, I don't see there being any line of questioning that would fit your fact pattern, and that's not the intention of bringing it in. All of these exhibits were in the witness statements that were filed, and so at least at this point, our concern has to do with the objection on hearsay, and we're hoping to get a ruling on the issue of exhibits being excluded on the basis of hearsay, because does not go to relevance, it doesn't go to materiality or not being unduly repetitious. So the fact that the person who authored the particular written document is not subject to cross-examination is not a factor under 91-10. And so we're hoping to get a ruling on that so that we can be clear and we can focus our offer of proof on the issue of relevance, not on to these other things that don't have anything to do with 91-10.
So I was just thinking that the reason why I'm asking you these questions is that if they are not necessarily going to be used in cross-examination, at least of the initial witnesses, then that your offer of proof, as well as your comments on each one of them, can be placed in writing and taken up at our next hearing to make that determination. I'm just offering that as a way to just proceed forward, so at least we can have one witness, at least some witnesses proceed today. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Yee.
Thank you. And I think I'm following exactly along Commissioner Ohigashi's suggestion, which is, I think, to save time, and we have no particular interest in the outcome, but if interveners could simply provide something in writing regarding the relevance of these documents and allow the petitioner and county to express their objections in writing so that the interveners can see what those objections are, and then give the interveners, another opportunity to respond to the particular objections, sort of as in a motion and opposition and a reply. And then we can deal with it unless these are documents that are going to be brought up today or tomorrow. We can take it up before we begin the hearing the next, because, obviously the likelihood is we're never going to get the intervener's case over the next 2 days. So just as a matter of process, that would be a suggestion.
Okay. There's been a suggestion. There's been a suggestion as to a different process than what I normally, or than what I had previously suggested. And it would be, as Mr. Yee outlined, the asking the county and Mr. Yuan to put in writing the reasons for their objections, and the intervener to respond in writing if none of these documents need to be relied on in today or tomorrow's proceeding. Is that procedure acceptable to the parties? Starting with Mr. Yuan.
That would be acceptable, but I don't know if he intends to use any of these exhibits to cross-examine our witness.
Mr. Collins. Or Ms. Isaki.
Sorry, my
Yeah.
mute button was sticking. At this point, we may use some of the exhibits that are being sought to be excluded.
The next day, and today or tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I misunderstood. Yeah, no. We at this point we only intend to use our exhibits with our witnesses. But of course, as I indicated to Commissioner Ohigashi, if something comes up, that there might be some narrow reason to jump that if they refer to our exhibits in their own testimony or something like that. But otherwise, yeah, we're okay with the procedure, and it probably would be more useful to have this legal back and forth reduced to writing so that it's not people arguing, shooting from the hip, but people actually can give everybody the opportunity to see what the full argument is.
County objections to this?
Thank you, Chair. From the county's perspective, our objections, I was reviewing the objections, were all based on relevance. If it was the commission's purview to, if admitted to, under the proviso that the county at a later time could argue the relevance or how it applies or doesn't apply, that might clarify the issue. But
that's not waived.
Okay.
By admitting them into, let me ask for a confirmation from our counsel, but in our normal LUC procedures, or Mr. Ordenker, but even if an exhibit is entered into evidence in a contested case proceeding, parties are not barred from arguing how it may or may not be relevant to a particular question that's at hand before us. That is correct. Mr. Weinhoff, we have a visual thumbs up from Mr. Weinhoff. So,
yes, and I agree with that statement as you put it, Chair.
okay, thank you. Does that assure the county?
Yeah, I will take the visual thumbs up as an assurance.
Well, no, that was not my question. Not the interpretation of hand signals from my counsel, but rather.
With that proviso, I will withdraw. I will have no objection, subject to argument at a later time, to the intervener's exhibits.
Okay, so exhibits 6, 10, and 17 can be admitted to the record as well, I believe.
Thank you.
Only the county objected to those, and that objection is now being withdrawn with the caveats that they stated. So we're now only dealing with 53, 56, 58, 59, and 99. And we'll go
53, 54, 55, 56, 58, 59, and 99.
Yeah, if I did not say 53 through 56, that's what I meant to say. Okay, it's 1:56 p.m.
Commissioner, were you
Time for your break?
Sorry, too many people talking. Mr. Yee?
asked each for the parties for their positions, and you had not yet called an OP.
You're correct.
I think my only caveat, and the reason I did interrupt instead of just letting it go, is my suggestion really had started with the intervener submitting an explanation of relevance. for the disputed, because that's something that is information within the intervener's hands to explain, here's why these documents are relevant. The issue of hearsay, I agree, needs to be brought up by petitioner or any other argument they may have. But it is a little difficult, I think, for petitioner to say a document is irrelevant because that's demonstrating a negative. The petitioner will not know why the intervener is using the documents. So I had started, my suggestion had started with the interveners simply explaining why these documents are relevant and only on the issue of relevance. And then any other objection, either because the petitioner thinks they're not relevant or because they have something else to say, then petitioner would have to raise those issues subsequently. And then of course, give interveners another chance to reply. That was my suggestion. So I just want to clarify. I obviously it's up to the LUC as to what they want to do, but that was my suggestion. Thank you. And OP has no objection to whatever you eventually decide.
Whatever we eventually decide. That is a broad admission, Counselor.
It may come back to bite me, but yes.
Okay. You know what? We need a break and we need to allow some time for the petitioner today. Sorry, Commissioner Cabral, are you raising your hand? No, okay. Any other commissioners? Something to say here? What I'm going to ask is that we take a break until 1:10. In the intervening time, I'm going to ask the LUC executive officer to work with Mr. Weinhoff on a potential sort of little description and
Excuse me, Chair, excuse me.
Yes.
It's June. The rain is coming down really hard here, so can I ask that you raise your voice a bit so I can hear?
Certainly.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break till 1:10. During the break, I'm going to ask Mr. Weinhoff to work with Mr. Ordenker to write out the suggested procedure to make it very clear to the parties. I will review those before we allow Mr. Ewan to use the remaining time to start to present his case. We will be in recess till 2:10. So, you know, at the risk of beating a dead horse to further death, I want to clarify, Mr. Ewan, I know you objected to all of the exhibits based on hearsay and some as to relevance. Which are the ones just as to relevance?
That would be 53, 55, 56, 58, and 99.
53, 55, 56,
58.
58, and 99. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm ready actually to note your objection based on hearsay, but overrule it and allow those into evidence. I don't believe we're allowed to, under our rules, under the relevant portions of the HRS, not admit exhibits into evidence based on hearsay. So those will be admitted into the evidence. The ones that you objected to based on relevance, again, we can, you've been asked for proof of relevance. So is the intervener prepared to submit something in writing as to the relevance of those particular exhibits, and we might be able to take them up as a batch?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, Chair. Or Honorable Chair.
Okay. Many would dispute that in many ways. Objections on, anyway, no. Okay. With that, I think that we're done with exhibits and we can actually move on unless there's any other comments on exhibits from the parties. Going once, twice.
Yeah, just one, and you've asked Mr. Collins to submit something, so we would submit something in response or not at all.
You would you could certainly submit something in response. You've made an objection as to relevance. The interveners will produce something in writing as to the relevance of those. You can respond in writing, and if it's not settled, if you're not satisfied with their statements as to relevance, then we can take it up in oral argument when we get together after these 2 days.
Thank you.
Okay. County, you're fine with this procedure?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Yee?
No objection. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Ewan, the next 47 minutes are entirely yours.
Petitioner calls Mr. Jacob Bracken, and we're going to use exhibit number 11.
Okay. Mr. Bracken?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your witness, Mr. Ewan.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jacob Bracken. I live at 5449 West Sand Ridge Drive, and that is in Hurricane, Utah.
Please tell the commission your job title and your responsibilities with the Roche Enterprises group of companies and HG Management.
Sure. My background is in accounting, so I serve as the Chief Financial Officer for Roche Enterprises, and I also serve as the CEO of HG Management. Roche is essentially the parent company, ultimate parent company of the HG Kauai joint venture, and HG Management is a related entity that oversees a lot of the U.S. development projects, including HG Kauai and several other projects as well.
Can you give a brief description of your background in real estate development?
Yes, like I said, I started out in accounting. I am a certified public accountant. I have been doing real estate development for about the last 20 years, mainly in the Southwest U.S. I started out working with the Roche Group officially in about 2006 on a project that was a resort project in southern Utah, Sand Hollow Resort, 1,000-acre golf resort. I was later appointed the CEO of that. In 2011, I picked up responsibilities for an agriculture project. We started assembling about 10 to 12,000 acres out there. We ended up developing 5,000, where we plan to expand that to 10,000 acres of agriculture land. And I have been working with the HG Kauai property since 2013. And so overall, I manage about 40,000 acres of real estate properties in a number of states, including residential, agriculture, commercial, industrial.
Can you tell the commission who Robert Roche is and how he's connected to the project?
Robert is essentially the founder and owner of Roche Enterprises. He does most of his business in Asia. He has, describes himself as a serial entrepreneur, civic leader. He has, like I said, we've been working in a number of states. We have been doing a lot of real estate development, and he also deals with a lot of marketing and hospitality projects and other numerous business ventures.
I'd like you to give the commission a brief description of HG Management's different real estate projects.
Sure. Green River, that was one that we started in 2007. We assembled a little over 10,000 acres. I think we're up to about 12,000 acres in total. We have been putting water to use out there. We have put into cultivation 4,500 plus acres of farmland. Developed the water infrastructure for that. We actually move enough water around that farm to probably support about 20,000 households currently. So it has been a very big project. We've put in all of the infrastructure, and we've managed the agriculture operations.
Can you next describe your Gallup Land Partners project?
Yes, we entered into the New Mexico area in about 2013 with the purchase of a little over 26,000 acres. The property itself is situated near the BNSF transcontinental line. So we have been doing a lot of work. Our biggest development out there has been expanding and developing a rail-served industrial park. We now have, it's a 2,500 acre park. We have 360 acres approximately certified by the BNSF as a certified rail site. We also have a number of buildings, commercial leases, industrial leases. We have some operations down there, including what was the largest Native American market in the U.S., a flea market basically, but since COVID, it's been closed, so we're hoping that comes back. We've made, and it's been a substantial investment out there.
Finally, can you describe the Sand Hollow Resort?
Sand Hollow Resort is in southern Utah. We have approvals for 2,000 units in that project. We've invested in excess of $50 million since 2008. We have finished and sold out over 500 units. We will continue to develop out mainly the multifamily section of that over the next few years. But that has been a successful project that we've been involved with for some time.
Can you please describe how you intend to finance the development of HoKua Place?
Right now, we are still in the pre-development stage, but we have secured a couple of pre-development lines of credit. First was a $15 million line, and the second one was a $5 million line. Those are available for the pre-development and some of the spine infrastructure. We do expect to mainly rely on conventional institutional construction loans. To date, we really have, the purchase of the land and many of our projects, we do not have leverage, so we do expect to use very standard conventional lending and a combination of our existing equity. If we need additional cash, we have resources for that.
Can you please describe your proposed affordable housing plan?
I know affordable housing is always a touchy subject. We understand now the current requirement is a affordable requirement of 20% of the total units. Under what we are submitting, that would be 154 units. So we are looking at 46 of those units would be for people that are up to 80% of the HUD annual median income. 62 units would be between 81 and 100% of the HUD AMI. 46 units would be between 101 and 120% of HUD AMI. This has been a recent change. So we have been planning and still are committing to the additional 10% affordable under the previous rules, which is additional 21 units between 101 and 120% of the HUD AMI, and 56 units between 121 and 140% of HUD AMI. Now, overall, we have been planning this to be a affordable or workforce type housing, which is why we are doing the multifamily. I've heard a number of times quoted these maintenance fees of about $800 to $1,100 per month. I don't know where those are necessarily coming from. That's certainly not in our scope here. We are looking to build what we feel is needed, what we're being told is needed for the people of that area, the Kauai area.
Can you discuss the background of this project and what you're trying to accomplish within the framework of what was started?
Yeah. Now we got involved in 2013. I'll kind of work backwards from there when we purchased the property in a foreclosure sale. At the time, we understood that in the Kauai general plan, this area had been designated as an urban center since 1982. So for the last approximately 40 years, from today. in 2010, the previous developers were encouraged to continue to develop under that urban, center and to look for affordable housing as it comes up over and over that housing is an issue for this area. So we continued along that trail and have pushed for that. As we looked at the property, we also felt that was the best use of the property. This was not an area that was suitable for high-end housing, and there was such a need for the local community to have housing. And in 2018, when the general plan was updated, it was this property was continued to be designated in that as the neighborhood general, the newer designation. And so we've taken that also as another affirmation that that was the appropriate use of this property.
Can you please describe your vision for HoKua Place?
I know they're buzzwords, but sustainable and affordable, is always the words. We do believe in that, not just because they are the buzzwords, but because that is what is wanted for the area. We have been looking at this as a traditional neighborhood design concept. The feedback that we have has been, try to make this walkable. We want to look at green space, open space. In particular, bicycle paths seem to be something that has coming up over and over again. So we definitely see this as an area with bicycle paths, walking paths to encourage people to walk from Kapa'a town and to tie into the existing infrastructure. Of course, all of that is consistent with the Kauai general plan and something that we would want to be working with the county to make sure that our vision fits with what their vision is for the project.
Can you discuss your development timetable?
We do expect this to be really single phase within a 10-year time period. I know there's been some discussion of incremental reclassification. As you'll see, that we have a lot of spine infrastructure that needs to come in at the very beginning. That's very integral to the whole project. On our maps, that would be the road A, the bypass road that goes through the project. So we do plan on, we feel this must be a single phase project for the Land Use Commission. We're hoping with state and county approval, we're hoping to break ground by 2023, with the first homes in 2025.
In the event that the commission required or requested a incremental development program, can you describe what would be in the first increment and what would be in the second increment?
If you can see the map that we have, there is it's kind of hard to see sometimes, that there is a dotted line that is just to the right of the main spine road that goes through the property. So the part on the left, which would be, as she's highlighting there, that would be the phase 1 and include the majority of the spine infrastructure. The second phase could be the smaller section to the right on the map.
And have you undertaken traffic studies of the area?
We have done a traffic study. We did want to update that as we got closer, but with the pandemic, it certainly didn't seem like the right time to update the traffic study. Also, with the widening of the bypass road by the Cocoa Palms, there's some changes that are taking place that would certainly affect that traffic study. So although we do have an existing traffic study, we do plan on updating that traffic study and working with the county and with the Department of Transportation, to make sure that new traffic study takes into account the current condition of the site.
Can you discuss your commitments that you intend to make to the county?
First is the Affordable Housing Agreement, which is a requirement, but we certainly want to not just maintain that, but that is really where we see our niche in the area. As again, we do feel like what is appropriate here is housing for the community, so we are wanting to buy or to build for that community. We do propose to dedicate a well to the county and construct lines to the reservoir in consideration for the County Department of Water providing potable water and fire protection. So that is an agreement we would like to enter into at some point. And then we do expect that there'll be some form of sewage collection system and transmission line to the existing wastewater treatment plant. As we all know, that's a topic that has been discussed, and that is also, again, something that we will be working with the county and cooperating with to, pay for whatever our share of upgrades and making sure that system works.
Next, I'm going to turn to a couple of different areas. First, how did you acquire the property?
We initially acquired the property in a foreclosure sale in 2013. So this was a court-approved foreclosure sale that we went through at that time. And
do you have good title to the property?
Yes, we have done a recent title report, and I believe that has been put into evidence.
I'm going to next turn to the county's suggested conditions on development and ask you, first, the county suggested that you commission an updated traffic impact analysis report to be submitted with your application for a change in zoning. Is that something you intend to do?
Yeah, that is something we intend to do.
And I think the county asked that you study the project without any suggested any improvements suggested by the State Department of Transportation, since none of them appear to be on the horizon except for the widening of the highway that you mentioned.
Okay, that is something we agree as well.
And I think you mentioned that your Spine Road, Road A, is going to be multimodal. Is that something that you intend to follow through on?
Yes, that is.
And criticism has been made that you had stated that you intend to provide a mix of multifamily housing types, but that none has been provided to date. What is your intention in that regard?
That is something we expect to be working directly with the county as we go through zoning, and taking the feedback and lead of what the county wants to see for that area. We'll be developing that at that time.
And have you had discussions with the county regarding providing a location for the county swimming pool and other county facilities?
Yes, we've had a number of conversations over the years. My understanding is there is a need to move the swimming pool, and we've talked about how we can help for that. And that's something we plan on continuing to have that conversation and seeing what we can do to relocate what needs to be.
The State Office of Planning has also recommended approval of the project subject to a number of conditions. I'd like to take you through those conditions and ask how you intend to support the state's requests. First, the state has suggested that you implement best management practices to minimize runoff during construction operations. Is this something you're prepared to do?
Yes, this is something that we typically see in other places as well. We like to play by the rules.
What about participation in an air quality monitoring program?
Yes, that is something we are prepared to do.
And you've already said that you intend to prepare or have prepared and submit an updated traffic impact analysis report. Are you prepared to cooperate with both the state and the county in order to satisfy their concerns?
Yes, we expect we will need to work with them and have their approval.
And if you are asked to contribute to your fair share of regional traffic impact fees or traffic impact improvements, is this something you're prepared to do?
Yes, that is. Has the property owner agreed to dedicate the right-of-way under the Kapa'a bypass road to the state? Yes, we've agreed to dedicate that at the appropriate time, and we understand that there is going to be an additional setback from that as well.
Okay. Are you prepared to recognize any established traditional and customary gathering rights of Native Hawaiians who have used the petition area?
Yes, we are.
If historic resources or human remains are identified during construction, what are you proposing to do?
Yeah, we would obviously cease operations until we have the appropriate archaeological clearance, as you know, would be appropriate.
The state has suggested that clearing of dense vegetation over 15 feet high should not occur during June 1st through September 15th. Is this a condition you're willing to agree to?
Yes, we are.
And are you prepared to retain a wildlife biologist to survey the project site for listed water birds prior to construction?
Yes, that is acceptable.
And what kind of mitigation measures would you take should water birds be discovered?
Obviously, the standard mitigation, construction fences, anything else that is appropriately recommended by the biologist.
Will you minimize moving plant soil material to minimize the spread of invasive species?
Yes, we understand that.
I'm sorry.
State is also,
Excuse me, Bill, Mr. Ewan, can you go back to that last question? The rain is coming down very hard and loud here. So if you can speak a little louder, that would be helpful.
will you minimize moving plant soil material to minimize the spread of invasive species?
Yes.
The state has suggested that you avoid night construction work that requires outdoor lighting from September 15th through December 15th of each year. Is this a condition you're willing to comply with?
Yes, we are.
Do you intend to consult with the Kapa'a Middle School to mitigate construction-related impacts to the school population?
Yes, we'll work with the middle school to be good neighbors.
Do you intend to contribute on a fair share basis to fund and install civil defense warning sirens as required by the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency?
Yes, we will.
And are you intending to develop the property in substantial compliance with the representations that you are making to the commission?
Yes, we will.
Finally, do you intend to complete construction of the proposed backbone infrastructure requirements, including primary roadways and access points and infrastructure within 10 years from the date of receiving all governmental approvals for the project?
Yes, that is our plan.
No further questions.
Okay, your witness is available for cross. Mr. Yoon?
Can I ask one more time, please? I've got lightning and thunder going on here as well. So if everybody can please keep your voice up so I can hear you clearly.
Questions for the witness, starting with Kauai County.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Bracken. Just a few questions. Just to get your commitment on the record, you're saying that you would be willing to obtain an updated TIAR addressing traffic and possible safety concerns, especially around the Kauai Middle School area, prior to the county zoning amendment?
Yes, that's correct. In fact, we started the process and decided to postpone it just because of the pandemic. We felt like we needed normal traffic patterns, so that is something we are committing to.
Okay, and I know the proposal mentions relocation of emergency services such as Kauai Police Department or the Fire Department. Have there been any discussions between either of those agencies regarding the relocation as it fits into the project?
There has been conversations that are multiple years old. We know that it has been something that has been requested. We haven't had recent conversations with that, but we are understanding that is something that is needed, and we're willing to kind of work with the county and those departments to make sure those are addressed.
Okay, and then in your PowerPoint, you described on the map the proposed incremental redistricting plan. Sorry. How did you come up with the manner in which that was done?
The main issue that we have is the majority of the improvements are going to be coming in along the spine road that goes directly through the middle of the property. So that phase one really does need to incorporate those utilities and the road that's going to bring that through the property. And so our general method there was to identify the primary location of where that road's going to be. Obviously that may change a little bit as we go through with the county, where those utilities are, and that initial area that would be directly served by that. Now those utilities would essentially carry forward to the phase two, but that phase one really was to incorporate that any looping of estimated utilities and that spine road and encapsulate all of that.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Bracken. I have nothing further, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Office of Planning, Mr. Yee.
Thank you. Mr. Bracken, I'm going to go over some things I think you already said and some things that I'm just not sure. So if I understand it correctly, Mr. Roach is the founder and owner of Roach Enterprises, correct?
That's correct.
Roach Enterprises is the parent company of HG Kauai joint venture, correct?
Yeah, it's ultimate parent company, essentially, yes.
So there might be multiple layers, you're saying, between?
Yeah, there's probably a couple of layers in between.
Okay. And of course, HG joint venture is the petitioner in this case, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Joint venture, yeah. And the assets of HG Kauai joint venture, I assume, is primarily the land. Is that right?
Right. The entity was set up specifically for the acquisition of this land and to take it through this process.
Does HG Kauai joint venture actually own the property?
Yes, it is titled in HG Kauai joint venture.
Okay. And then you are the CFO for which company?
I'm the CFO for Roach Enterprises, and essentially I'm the CEO for HG Management. Now HG Management is operating as the manager of HG Kauai joint venture. Just so clarify, the HG kind of references a parent company of both of them, Hickory Grove, how the relation is. So they're very related entities.
So explain, what is your role, if any, in HG Kauai joint venture, the petitioner in this case?
Essentially, I'm the manager of the entity here. So both in my role as HG and representing the project coming through.
And how is it that you can speak then on behalf of the petitioner?
I'm the manager of the petitioner entity, of that LLC. So essentially the corporate officer, there's two managers. I'm one of the managers. Yeah, there's a second manager that is Teresa Roach, which is Robert's sister.
Is it a manager-managed enterprise?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Briefly on the affordable housing, if I read your PowerPoint correctly, you're saying that there are a certain number of affordable units that you're going to be required to be built pursuant to Kauai County law. And then are you also saying you're building additional units as part, just because you're offering to do so?
Essentially, my understanding is there's been a recent change. We have been planning and continue to plan to go under the old rules, which was the 30% affordable. So they're kind of don't add, I believe the extra 10% is no longer defined under the new Affordable Act, but we do intend to have additional affordable units, yes.
So the result is, because you're following the old rules, you'll be providing more units than the new rules would have otherwise require you. Is that right?
That is correct.
With respect to the other market then units that you'll be providing, will those units follow the outline in the market study as part of the FEIS?
That is our intent. And like I said, our vision for this property, this project is we do want to build for the community. We do want to make all of these affordable for the community as much as, to the extent that we possibly can.
I appreciate everyone's intention, but as an attorney, I'm always concerned about what kind of representations and commitments you can make to the Land Use Commission. And I also understand that conditions can change and you want some flexibility. So my question then is this: will this project substantially conform to the market price units or the units outlined in your market study?
Yes.
With respect to the wastewater treatment plant, I understand your intention is to connect up to the county system. What happens if the county system is not able to connect you, at the time that you want? Do you wait, or do you have another plan?
That is something that we will have to work with the county. We understand the issue and want to be, work with everybody to be part of the solution here. We need the wastewater treatment as much as anybody else, more so because we don't have use of it currently. So that is our current plan. If there is something, we would have to work with the county and wastewater to come up with an alternative. I don't have an alternative today, though.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt the examination.
Mr. Collins?
Yeah, for some reason, and maybe this is just a technical problem on my end, but it appears that the witness's audio is actually coming from petitioner's counsel. And
yes,
I was...
we were having problems earlier with an echo, so we're all using the same audio here. All of our counsel and I, we're all sitting in the same room.
Okay, sorry.
So if Mr. Collins, we were when we were setting up the meeting before the public portion of the meeting started, we were getting extensive echo. You'll actually also notice that when Mr. Ewan speaks, it's actually not coming through in relationship to his video. It's coming through a different. Is there a procedural concern that this gives rise to?
Well, I just wasn't sure because nobody's wearing masks and if everybody's using the same microphone, but if it's okay, there's no I just wasn't sure what exactly was going on and why audio wasn't coming out of his thing and it
Okay.
was coming through somebody else's.
I lack jurisdiction over mask wearing, among many other things I lack jurisdiction over. So please continue, Mr. Yi.
Sure, sorry.
Would you be ruling out individual wastewater units for each dwelling unit?
No, we wouldn't rule that out, but we'd have to go through with the engineers and make sure that we do that in a way that makes sense. But I wouldn't rule that out at this time.
So rather than do a sort of miniature treatment plant, you may be using over 700 individual wastewater units?
Like I said, I wouldn't rule out anything. I don't know how that would work. When you ask if I would rule that out, that would be, I don't know how you would do that, but that's why I punt back to the engineers. I'm not sure how that would work.
You're aware that you're at least adjacent to a wetland area?
Yes, I've seen some of the wetlands in that area.
And you're familiar with, at least generally familiar with the environmental risks that are associated with pollution of these types of habitats?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. With respect to your sustainability plan, as I read it, I noticed it contained a number of measures that would be quote unquote considered. I wonder, but you did talk about the multimodal road A as one thing that you will be doing. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that has been something we've had on our plans from the beginning, in particular bicycles and walking, and we would like to get the bus routes out there.
So in addition to the multimodal road A that you are committed to doing, and aside from something that might be required by state, county, or federal law, can you describe any other sustainability measures that you're committing to rather than simply considering?
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, let me start again. There are a number of measures in your sustainability plan that you say you are considering. My question does not involve measures that are being considered. One thing that you have committed to, it appears, is at least a multimodal road for Road A, or at least what you're calling Road A, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then my question is, what other measures, what other sustainability measures are you committing to that are not otherwise required by federal, state, or county law? If you could describe that.
I don't know that I've got any what I can commit right now. We have obviously been looking at, as everybody does, we look at green space. We're very interested in power conservation. We are planning on keeping the petition area is part of the property we own. We are looking at leaving some of the land in agriculture, which is along the waterways, and some land that was more appropriate for that. Again, I guess the bike paths are part of the multimodal, but we've been looking at a number of initiatives like that.
Explain to me then how the Land Use Commission should evaluate your project if in terms of meeting the sustainability goals under the state plan, where you are only committing to one particular mitigation measure?
I guess part of that is going to come with some of the additional planning. I'm not quite sure how to answer your question fully, and maybe some of my engineers can help with that. I guess we could look at. I'm not sure which particular goals you're wanting us to set up front.
Well, I was referring generally to the sustainability plan, and sustainability is one of the goals and objectives in the state plan in and of itself. And I was wondering, other than the multimodal road, multimodal road that you're agreeing to construct. I mean, does this come down to simply trusting you to do the right thing, or is there something more?
Again, we've looked at solar. We've looked at trying to develop some of the water. I don't know what more or what official commitment, or specific commitment the Land Use Commission would like on this. I guess that would be something we would, be open to hear from you.
Mr. Yee, I think he's answered the question.
I understand. Thank you. One of the things that you talked about is stormwater runoff and non-storm water source control measures to minimize the discharge of erosion and other pollutants from entering into the receiving state waters. My question is, when this was said, do you know if that included the state wetlands, or was it only referring to streams and oceanways?
I would have to, I believe so, but I would have to maybe have that answered by the engineer who's testifying on that later to make sure you get the correct answer.
Okay. Do you know who that engineer is?
I believe we will have Bill Bell will be testifying on that. Bow engineering.
I don't want to stop you. Do you have anything else?
That's it.
Would he also be testifying as to anything involving retention, detention basins, and efforts to avoid flooding?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Yee, if I may, it's 2:54. We have a hard stop at 3. Where are you on your flow?
Close. I'm not sure I'm 6 minutes close, but I'm close.
Okay, just be prepared that I may either interrupt you or the witness, and we will recess till tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock.
Okay, let me.
At which time we will continue with your questioning if you're still going.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. With respect to solar water heating, is that something you're committed to doing?
Yes, that is something we've looked at. We would be willing to commit.
Well, I just want to know whether you're going to do solar water heating or the, now I am blanking on the term, for the instant water heating measure that's allowed by law. Do you know which you'll be going with?
When you're referring to the instant, are you talking about like the instant, like the tankless water heating, or?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is the county is requiring solar. So I'm looking at the county requirements as I'm answering that question. That's what I have in mind.
Then with respect to solar energy, not solar water heating, but solar energy, this is something that your sustainability plan says you're looking at. Is there anything you can commit to, such as offering a solar energy package to homeowners?
Well, as part of the larger project, we do, there is some solar in place. So, I mean, solar is something we're very interested in. I suppose that, I'm not sure what the offering a package would be or committing to that at this point, but that is something that I think would be on the table.
Sorry, excuse me, will the witness clarify, when you talk about the larger project, you're not talking about the project in front of us, are you?
As part of the larger piece of land that this was a part of.
Okay, because we're discussing the petition area here.
Correct.
So.
It's not on the petition area.
Sorry,
I guess
Mr.
I'm just.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification.
And just to clarify the record, is there a solar farm on another piece of property nearby?
Yeah, it's the neighboring piece of property, and it's actually, it's owned by us. The petition area is a part of a smaller part of the larger property, and there's an existing solar farm on that we're leasing the ground for.
And that's the reference you're making in your prior answer.
Yes, that is part, it's currently located on part of our agriculture piece. It's a small part of that.
With respect to the petition area that's before the LUC today, would you ensure that any housing is designed so that it is engineered so that it's ready for solar energy, so it has the appropriate conduits in place to allow for the construction of the solar energy facility if the homeowner so chose?
Yes, that wouldn't be an issue that I would see.
Would it be fair to say that any questions regarding, well, do you have anything to say regarding archaeological or cultural impacts on this site?
I would leave that to our experts, but on a larger general basis, it is something I'm sensitive to and certainly aware of. We have in the New Mexico property that I talked about, that is something that we deal with on almost daily basis, and it is something that we are definitely sensitive to.
Mr. Chair, may I note for the record that we would like to hear from their archaeologist and would respectfully reserve the right to ask Mr. Bracken to return if there is additional information for which we were previously unaware in the record with respect to any conditions or commitments for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Yeah, I'm assuming that the petitioner can make Mr. Bracken available at the end of our proceeding should any of the other witnesses make assurances that we wish to make sure that we are binding the petitioner to. Is that acceptable, Mr. Ewan?
That's acceptable, yes.
Okay, it is 3 o'clock. I'm going to take us into recess. We will continue tomorrow morning with Mr. Bracken, cross-examination with Mr. Yee.